What is good? What is up, people? Oh, bro, yeah, the 1.5 song is like a legit song. Uh it's not just like, a little like beat or like some just like synth music. It is a song that I feel like could actually go on like Spotify. Casually lucky P4 toothpick. What are you doing? The P4 toothpick. What are you doing, Dre? Yeah, that was 1.5 and CN. What's good? Drew, Triboli, Casual Dre, Toxipez, Joe. A Roba, what's good? How goes it? How are we today? At work. Had the school song and verse 29 on loop. It was good, Gandalf. I'm doing good, bro. Good day. Thought I could get Ed League. I'll take it though. Oh my god. Y'all are wild. There's something new in the bank. We get like new packs, probably. Still gotta get my 6 skin, but I have like a whole month left. I'm not even worried.
Everyone says the early bird catches the worm.
At least I'm good on healers for a while. Yeah. It was easy with A-Knight. Yeah, A-Knight makes a lot of stuff really nice. I have a lot of dust. I gotta get my sharp up. Get that sharp.
I'm fine with it.
Am I ready for Jessica? Other than sharp, yeah.
There are many Arcanists that only come out in the
I'm gonna be real.
Oh,
I'm gonna be real with you guys.
away.
So I've been having this like thought in the back of my mind. But the more and more I learn about the game, the more and more that I talk to other players, and especially ever since I used that whale account. So, don't worry, I'm not quitting the game. This is not me like quitting the game. My thoughts of Jessica have I was really, really hyped for her before. And I'm still excited for her. But when it comes to portraits, once I use the P4 Jessica, my like, because like y'all know I was like, bro, I'm about to P5 Jessica. I started like looking at the math. I was talking to I Am Rivenous and Cocky. And they kind of solidified my thoughts. Like, I don't think I'm really gonna focus on portraits of Jessica because like so I'm just gonna put it on them, be like Cocky gotcha, and I Am Rivenous like completely changed my mind. Because I was talking to Rivenous for like 2 hours today, and we were he has a where is it at? He has a spreadsheet to calculate her damage. I don't know if he said I could show this or not, but it'll be fine. But he has a spreadsheet to calculate the damage. So I was helping him with this all day today. And the difference between P0 and P5, he was like, from single target, it's 11%, multi-target, it's 15%. And I was like, and when I saw the math and I like looked at everything, I was like, huh, $400 for a character to get possibly an 11 to 15% difference in damage is ridiculous. Just to be honest. And then, because I was talking to him, and I was looking at when we were talking on the podcast, and like even Cocky brought up something, and it made me realize like I've been talking about the portraits and like kind of like the portrait power creep that they have, like just like newer characters have more insane portraits. Like Jessica still kind of has the old character portrait. Like if you like look at her portraits, they're really not crazy. Her ult ends up going like yes from 350 to like 500, but like this, like most AoE characters have a 500% reality damage on their ult, right? So she's not a character who cares about using ult. And so like in a way, like, and then her skills, it doesn't really crazily like up her like skills. And then she's a character, like when you do the portraits, you're not thinking of other characters. So the portraits allow her to have a little bit easier time with using her poison. But the problem is that Sotheby exists. So this P2 doesn't really matter. Like with having Sotheby, P2 doesn't matter really at all. And then like looking at her like portraits, they're like the other characters like that already exist, where it's just upping the skills and it ups like the damage by a little bit, but it's not like really crazy. And it's like, bro, like Sotheby already makes the character great, and with having a Pure and Bloom, it's decent. But you know, that's just me. And of course, like the math is like over the course of a long fight. And then I also thought about it. I was like, they could at any time release another plant unit that could be more universal than Jessica. And I'm not saying, and that's not exactly a power creep. It's the fact that Jessica has a very limited team in order for her to have her max damage. As soon as they like put out a character that doesn't need like like a poison, then that character is more versatile than her. So yeah. Jessica's portraits are not that good like the other upcoming characters, to be honest. Has any other character fallen off between global and scene versions? Yeah. Is Blasphemer the best Psychube for Jessica? Well, see, that's the thing. Like, you have to make sure with like Blasphemer, you have 2 stacks of poison. Well, two negative statuses on the enemy. So like once you can clear that, then yeah, it's best in like then it's good for Jessica. But also it depends because like after talking to Rivenus, which is why he has this, when we make a video, I'm gonna talk to him again. But he was doing some math, and if you can feed enough Moxie to your Jessica, Brave New World actually ends up being a little better because the character will have a big boost in their incantations because you have to keep up the damage on Last of Night, and I don't know if people can like also do that, so I have to talk to him a little bit more. But Brave New World and his calculations was kind of the best one. But yeah, I'll have to see. He has a lot, and he showed me a lot, and I don't completely understand everything that he has going on, but it's very interesting. Kind of regret a little going for her, but I already got SoTheVI 3 and pre-frame Matt, so there's no turning back. Well, so let me ease the minds of everybody. I'm not saying Jessica's a bad character in any way. I'm not saying that going for Jessica is bad in any way. What I'm saying is for those of you who are like looking at P2 or higher, that was what I was like certain, like it's not necessary at all. It's honestly a waste of pulls to go in, to really go any higher than P0. It's truly a waste of pulls. That's a good thing and a bad thing, right? Depending on the type of person you are. I think it's amazing that the character is really great at P0, and then as soon as you get another character that pairs with her, she ends up doing the maximum amount of her damage. And then if you were to have $400 more, you're only looking at like, you know, a 15% increase in damage. Like if you're a free-to-play player, that is a good feeling. That the P4 Jessica that we were testing with earlier versus the P0 is a small, minute difference in damage. The only thing where it comes bad is if you're that player who likes to get, if you're that type of person who likes to get portraits, now you're like, dang, bro, like this character doesn't even, like if I were to put, like if you were not to see like this live stream where I'm talking about it or have seen our podcast, you would have P4'd, P3, P5 your Jessica, and then you would have later maybe seen what we were saying and been like, wow, I just wasted so much money, and it would have been a lot more of a negative. Like as a like, you know, kind of after thing. But yeah, I talked about, if y'all saw the podcast, I talked about the and I said it's not really a super concerning thing. In my opinion, if you have Sotheby, you should pull for her. Just don't go for portraits. Yeah. Just because a true one-trick deer, a DPS, a spirit of place, and instantly power creeper. Well, it's not really like power creep. I see what you mean. I wouldn't say it's a power creep because like obviously having once like you're back into a plant afflatus, like Jessica's like good. But I was talking to I think it was on the podcast. We were talking about spirit characters and intellect characters. And they are looking better in the coming future. But let me finish this one thought, then I'll get to you guys in chat. Well, let me get to this one thought, and then I'm going to talk about spirit and intellect characters, and then I'll see what y'all are talking in chat. So, like, I was kind of talking about how in my portrait video, some people missed the point, but some people I think really got it. From 1.1 on, where are they? Okay. So from 1.1 on, like with Melania Pickles, like P2, well, no, from 1.1 for 1.2, P2 was like the way to go, except for Jessica. Like Jessica's P2 doesn't really matter if you have Sotheby. Like her P2 literally doesn't matter if you have Sotheby. Or if you get Conjura, because it extends the duration of the poison. But if you have a character who can like apply that poison, then you can save that $200 or $300, right? So it because again, her portrait matters more for her solo performance, but like it can be solved by just having that one Sotheby standard banner character. So before people are like, but that's another 6-star. You can get Sotheby at any time while playing the game if you're in it for the long run, right? Or you can get Conjura. So like even to the people who are like, well, like since I don't have Sotheby, so I won't get Jessica, even though I really want her. It's like you can get Sotheby at any time. Like Jessica's still a great character to have. Because literally me and CN, I got her by losing my pity on Tooth Fairy, right? And some people who already have P5 Sotheby's have gotten another copy by pulling for Tooth Fairy as well. I've seen it happen. So like that's where Jessica has like a portrait that could literally be like made up for by just having another character, which like not many of these other characters really have something like that, such as her. When you get to 1.3, then you have characters where every single one of their portraits are really good. Like Black Dwarf does everything in her kit at P0, but her kit helps her in some quality of life terms where it doesn't significantly increase her damage like anything like broken or crazy, but it gives her some quality of life if you're a casual player. Shemaine ends up going from a like a character where it's like, oh, like I want to like he ends up having like 5 stacks of his Nature's Blessing, and then he can ult like twice really early, right? Like he's just a character, but mainly his main parts of his like portraits is like the higher you go up, the more crit rate his ult gets, right? Still not necessarily crazy because you have to get to P5 to have 100%, but like his P1 gives him crit rate, his P2 gives him 3 or 2 Nature's Blessing stacks, to where he has Nature's Blessing at the beginning of the fight. You get to 1.4, right? 6 mainly does more ult damage, and then on P2 he can get more Eureka stacks. So he's a character where the first one gives him a ult boost, second one gives him more Eureka stacks, which allows you to be a buff, like a better buffer or a better DPS, and then literally everything after that just ups his damage, right? So just big damage increases that ups like his ult specifically. 37. All of hers up her Eureka stat gain or her follow-up attack, which like again, both of these characters great at P0. It's just that he ends up being a burst ulter a lot more, kind of like Shemaine. Shemaine gets more on his crit rate ult. 6 just gets straight up base damage ult. 37, unfortunately with her, it's just all focused in her follow-up attack. So like you still have to make sure that you're really good at getting her follow-up attack. which, you know, now there's new characters that help that. So, like, the portraits on 37 that people were talking about with Ezra, which we are going to talk about Ezra kind of helps that, to where it's like, well, if you don't, like, where we were talking, like, oh, well, you only can get 37 if you have Lilia and New Babel. Well, now there's a new character that can help out Moxie, like characters who like to ult a lot, or characters who want Eureka stacks, right? With Ezra. So 37 kind of got a little bit of a boost, kind of right there, in that team, because Ezra helps out 37 in a big way. And then in 1.5, you have Spadadea. I don't even think they have her on the tier list yet. Yeah, but in 1. You have Spadadea, which on her portraits don't really follow the exact same formula. Because the first one is like kind of like, the first one's cool, but it's not kind of meh. The second one ups the crit rate that you get, but as y'all have seen on P2, this does not mean that you're gonna 100% crit. Like, it's wild that depending on the content that you do, and with P2 you're like well over 100% crit, it's still something where you have to worry about the enemies that you fight, and you probably have to use a Tooth Fairy, even though using a Tooth Fairy is honestly not recommended with Spadadea. But like, because of the crit defense on the enemies, you probably would. Like, whereas like Tooth Fairy boosts like every single other character's like damage, like Spadadea is the only one where like Tooth Fairy is not needed with her. But you could literally mess with P2. P3 gives you a big ult boost, but again, like, that only matters if you have the 15 stacks. So like, even Spadadea with her portraits, like, it really matters how you build the team with Spadadea, and like the enemies that you fight and how you use her, to where these portraits literally don't even matter. Like, if I'm like, for my P3 to give me like this big boost of damage, I have to have like 15 stacks of burn on every single enemy. On every single ult that I do, I have to maximize this to really get that big bonus. Other than that, I'm just doing 70 percent like extra ult damage, and I'm missing the other 70%. So like, that's why, like, when, you know, Kaki was talking about like how portraits really don't matter and a lot of characters are good at P0. That is a very true thing, in a sense, because like Spadadea, like without portraits, still does an insane amount of damage. We're talking about a 700% single target ult that gets 40% extra crit damage. Like, you know, that's kind of up there with Melania. Now, Melania's ult can get crazier and crazier, right? But we're talking about in terms of crit, like, this is really good. But anyways, portraits, like, the portraits are really nice for some of these characters, but it just like really depends on how you use the characters, everything like that. Now, spirit and intellect characters. Let's talk about that. And I'll read everything in chat. I'm just trying to get these points across before I forget them. So after this, I will read everything y'all are saying in chat. Now, of course, we have 2 different chats, so let's be mindful of that. But if you are a free-to-play player, because we mentioned this on the podcast, and I've talked to Kaki, and Kaki loves A-Knight, guys. He loves A-Knight so much that he has maximized A-Knight, and he says to give himself a challenge, he literally nurses himself in global limbo, because he's like, because we were talking, if you guys remember, we were talking about the ease of the game and how easy the game might be. We had a really like big discussion on it, especially before we went live. But we talked about it on the live stream about the ease of the game. And he nursed himself with his A-Knight because like A-Knight is a little more insane than a lot of people think. Especially if you have no other character, like especially if you're not using a character that has a Flatus advantage. Like with him getting like penetration rate is huge. Also getting extra damage by HP lost. A lot of people are like, well, in raids, like how will this work with infinite HP? Well, raid bosses have a set amount of HP per bar that you clear. So, like, it still works. And, like, with his mass attack and the scalings that he has, especially the boost that he'll get in 1.4, really great character. But for a free-to-play player where, like, you're trying to manage how many elements that you have, right? Like you're trying to get a play disadvantage. If you have A Knight, you can really kind of pick what elements you want specifically for those characters. Because like with your account, like let's say if we're looking at an account, I'm gonna see if I can pull up somebody's account from account reviews to really show this example. I need a just okay account. Okay, this is a perfect account right here because they have A Knight. So like, let's look at this account and then y'all can see kind of what I'm talking about. So he has, well, he obviously has Beast, and then he has like Star, right? He has the I3 P5 Charlie. No, you can technically say he has Plant, but he has like Star and Beast, right? A lot of people would advise this account right here, K9, to just go ahead and get if you talk about spiritual excellence, just don't forget balance, please, and discussion. No, yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about balance, please, too. But like, so if you look at this account, somebody would say like, okay, so you would need to get Jessica. You probably want to get Black Dwarf, to like round out your elements, right? And then like someone would be like, oh, well, Lily, like you need to have your Charlie. But like honestly, with this guy having a level 55 I3 P1A Knight, if he's ever in content that needs a mineral, right? Why use all those summons when you could just clear it with A Knight, right? Like with a good Psychube, A Knight can just clear it. Why go through all those summons to and if he didn't have Sotheby, obviously like Jessica would be the option for him because he has a P4 Sotheby. But if he didn't have Sotheby and he needed a plant DPS, it's like why go through all that trouble worrying about a plant DPS if you already have an A Knight? You can just clear the content. Because Limbo's not that complicated. So if you have A Knight, you can use that character to summon less because like you were gonna use a non-afflatus anyways, and A Knight's gonna be the better option. Like, and if you don't have the pulls and you already have an A Knight, like if you don't have the pulls to get a DPS character and you already have an A Knight, then A Knight's a good option. People here did make A Knight a healer. You could do that. This is true. This is very true. But like same thing with 6, right? When you're looking for, even though we had our big gigantic discussion about 6, like 6 is a character where like if you're not wanting another debuffer or buffer like on your account, then like 6 is not like okay, we can agree 6 might not be the best option, but 6 is going to be an option that you can get to where you don't have to worry about getting another buffer or debuffer. Because he's going to be able to fit in most content because of his element. And he can do, and because he can do a lot of things, yes, he might not be the best at everything, but in a gacha game where you have characters that can do a lot of things, that's still a very high value, right? So, like, these two characters here are characters to where if you don't have a big roster, they're really great characters to have because in, like, neutral settings, they're going to do really well for you. If you're in a situation where you don't have a play disadvantage, they'll do really well. And they still haven't released a new spirit character, so we have to see if that character, like once they release a spirit DPS, it's going to be the same thing where like obviously the spirit DPS is going to have a crazy kit, and we're going to just do a lot. So yeah. But anyways, let's go ahead and get to the chat. I'm gonna read YouTube first, and then I'll go to Twitch. Let's see, arouse. Unless they buff/debuff non-afflatus damage to promote type advantage, more like with Spathadia being beast reality and putting bosses that have increased until. Okay, you're talking about something else. For Beast, 2 is better, DK or Sweetheart? DK already IT level 40, and Sweetheart still untouched. If you're talking DPS, Sweetheart will put out more DPS than a DK. Like, DK heals. I don't know where you're talking. If you're talking DPS, like, Sweetheart is a single target DPS, and she actually is not that bad if you don't have any other beast options. I mean, there's still, like, Pavia, but if you have some portraits into a Sweetheart, it's not a bad option. If you have Med Pocket, does Sweetheart... Wait. If you have Med Pocket, do Sweetheart. If no Med Pocket, he's better and choose me. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what you're talking about there. If you're wanting a DPS and you have some... I think Sweetheart's still a better DPS option than DK, because DK is a healer. Like, DK's decent, but I believe Sweetheart will be a better option for you. Especially with, if you're going to be summoning in the game, you're probably going to get a portrait on her. Then you'll... Because I used Sweetheart when I didn't have a beast, and I was able to complete content. Can Shemaine be a DPS? Shemaine at, like, P0, and the way his kit works, he's more like a debuffer, like, sub-DPS, right? That's kind of, like, just what he is. If you're the type who's going to put portraits on her, put portraits on him, then he becomes more of a DPS than a support. Just kind of like Picure and Bloom at P0 is like a support sub-DPS, but then once you get portraits on her, she can be a single target DPS. Like, it's kind of similar like that, but Shemaine's a little more insane than that. If you have A Knight, what's a good Psychube to use in the meantime until 1.4? Well, you still have, like, Brave New World or Hopscotch. And I think it's determined, like, I think it depends on the content that you're doing, right? But either of those two are really good, and you would have gotten those for, like, your other characters anyway, right? Like, most of you already have Brave New World, or most of you already have Hopscotch, so then you can just transfer that to your A Knight whenever you want to use him. Either of them are good options. The incantation bonus on Hopscotch is really good because boosting the incantations is what will boost that damage to allow A Knight to take out more enemies, to then give himself more Moxie to, like, do that. But if you already have decent Moxie, then you can for him, then you could use probably Brave New World and then ult, get the damage bonus from the ult, and then get the incantation bonus from Brave New World and hit harder. I believe Brave New World will allow you to hit harder, but Hopscotch will allow you to build up that ult damage to when you do ult if there's multiple enemies. Which, in most content, there is multiple enemies and there's multiple rounds. Playing got P2 Tooth Fairy is free to play, but your only DPS is Eternity and a P2 Become Bloom. What did cost nothing, but I can't kill anything? Wait, let's play the game, and the lowest rarity can do the content? Well, Jay, lowest rarity can do the content, but there is definitely a stopping point. Like, I do understand that low rarity can complete content, but, like, there is eventually a point where, like, the lower rarity characters don't do as much. And, like, yes, like, just play the game, but if, like, for talking other characters, we can still have that discussion. Like, if you don't want to summon the characters, that's fine. But I don't think there's anything wrong with talking 6-star characters, who's better or who's whatever. We can still have that discussion. But there is definitely a stopping point for 3-star characters. Have you done Ezra review yet? No, we haven't. Yeah, the podcast on Saturday was really good. Alright, so let's go to Twitch real quick because there's a lot of you guys. Physical portraits are not that good like other characters, yes. Is any character falling off between global and CN versions? There's some characters that, like, because there's more, like, in a way you could say definitely, like, Centurion has fallen off because there's just newer characters. Like, that's gonna happen, but it doesn't mean that Centurion's bad. It's just that there's just newer characters. As there's another crit support who specifically also supports Eureka, just what we needed, more star crit units. Yeah, Simply Josh, so I was really hoping that Ezra wouldn't do anything with crit, but it was gonna happen. What's Eureka? Eureka is a special stack that the 1.4 characters get, and now Ezra. I've not done the Ezra review. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, Eureka stacks are up. Alright. You think Eternity's worth pulling? Or even Shemaine? I was trying to... You know what's so funny? I tried 4 times to record this Eternity banner, But maybe since I'm already live streaming, I can talk about it. Because Eternity Banner came out, and I I tried 4 times, and my audio wasn't going through for the recording. So, and I just gave up, and I was like, I'm just gonna live stream. So let's talk about Eternity, right? So, to make this plain and simple, do I think you should pull a standard banner character on a rate up banner that you can lose a 50-50 to? No. That's my personal opinion. Everyone else can have their own reasons, but for me, being that I got Eternity off of losing a 50-50, I do not think that you should pull for her. Because even though there's Limbo and stuff with Mineral, you could do a neutral Afflatus and complete that content until you could pull for a new Mineral character. Personally, right? That is how I feel personally. That just do the content like just neutral and pull for Black Dwarf, right? But does that mean that Eternity is a bad character? No. If you already have Eternity, Eternity in Global has done everything that she needs to do. I know there's a lot of talk about Eternity being weak and that she's not really good for you, and people are like, good luck in doing raids. So let's talk about that, right? We talked in the podcast, I've talked before. We even talked with Steam Bun. With raids, you only need A rank for raids. I do not care any other argument that people try to have. A rank's all you need. It's 280,000 damage. Once we get a raid that benefits Mineral, which we have not yet in CN, but once we get one, Eternity will be able to perform for you in that raid to get you that damage. And you could still do neutral damage there, right? If you're just trying to save up and you don't like either of these characters. But Eternity still has the healing and sustain that she can do in stages with multiple characters. She still has immunity to bleeding, poison, and corrode, which y'all have seen in Limbo, where I had like 8 stacks of like poison, and then Cristallo was where is she? Cristallo was putting like her debuffs on me, which have corrosion and stuff like that, radiation. Like it was a lot, and like I needed either a Tooth Fairy or having a 6 to purify that. So there's a lot more stages coming where you want to purify your characters, and so Eternity can be immune to a lot of those like poisons and stuff like that. So she still has usage in those, to whereas like if you're using Black Dwarf, then now you're forced to use Tooth Fairy to try to purify, or you're forced or you're having to get like 6, something like that. So you have to have like other characters to work with that. Even though like yes, Eternity for some people doesn't have the damage, she has done everything that she needed to do in Global in helping people clear Mineral advantage content, right? Black Dwarf does have more single target damage, obviously, than Eternity. Black Dwarf has a kit that allows her to control penetration rate and leash rate and everything like that. I mean, she's really, and she has a really great kit. You can say that both Eternity and Black Dwarf are also both AP hungry characters because Eternity likes to use her ult, and so does Black Dwarf. So much so that Eternity is talked about in being either solo or 2-man teams. Black Dwarf does have the 18% leash rate, and she has an ult that hits really hard that can full heal her. But I haven't really tried using her solo, and she doesn't have as much healing as Eternity. So like I have to try it out, but I don't feel confident in soloing stages with Eternity. Now, soloing stages with Eternity isn't necessary because you can build a team for her, but that is something to think about for those of you who already have an i3 maxed like Eternity, and you can solo stages. Like, why would you summon for a character that you could possibly not summon stages for, right? Like, obviously, Eternity is really good for you. So, like, when it comes to, like, should I pull on the Eternity banner? If you don't have Eternity, like, if you don't have Eternity, I don't really think you should pull for her. I think you should just pull for Black Dwarf because she could always lose a 50-50. Like, that's just really how I feel. Like the mineral content, like you can do it with neutral. There's no raids yet that boost any of these characters, and like yeah, you can just wait 6 weeks. You can wait 6 weeks from this banner and get Black Dwarf and have just a newer mineral character. That's how I feel. Is single target DPS favored or AoE? Well, I think a lot of people think the okay. So in terms of content, like raids is one part. So raids is one part of the game, and it's not even the most important. Most of the game still favors AoE in a big way because a lot of the stages that give you like the best like rewards and the best stuff is mostly all stages where you need to take out multiple enemies. Raids, I think I said it on the podcast, but raids give the worst rewards like in the game. Steambun had confirmed to me because like I remembered 1.4 gave better rewards, but like just in general, raids don't give the best rewards in the game. It's your hard stages and like events and like your limbos and your utus and all of that, right? Those give like better rewards than raids do. So like in raids is the only content where single target is like the best, right? Like there's other like bosses and stuff in Limbo that have like single target situations, but you could also use another character in that element and still beat that content, right? So like raids are really great for those min-maxer players, but for like casuals, like that's why A rank is like there. Because like, you know, just do your raid and you're fine. A-Ron doing good. Problem with rerolling? Oh, sorry, rerolling. Yeah. Will become a problem if future raids give clear drops for reaching triple S. I don't think they're gonna do that. They've already had 2 rounds of raids that don't. And they're a company, Bluepock listens to the criticisms they give. You guys might not think so, but in CN they have changed. They have made really big changes to things because they have tried to make changes to center, like to. They had made some changes that were regarded as really bad, and like literally like 12 hours after all the criticism they got, they made a big change. They made a change on the energy. They've made really large changes to the games in CN, and Global's getting all of those quality of life changes. I think they're very aware that if they put clear drops in triple S, it's gonna be a big negative. So gotta think about that. Simply Josh, I want to lose my 50-50 for eternity to miss a new battle, and then use my guarantee to get her anyways. Oh my god. See, my bad. I thought, okay. Yeah, it makes sense probably to go for BD. Yeah, it just makes a little more sense to go for like Black Dwarf. Of course, you can pull on eternity if you want, and then if you lose a 50-50, that's Black Dwarf. But yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, they do listen, but yeah, I don't see a reason that they would put clear drops there, honestly. But let's see, how many people we got here? We got like 80 people, 89, almost 100. I think it's time to talk about Ezra. I think that's what everyone wants to hear about. All right, guys. So y'all know I've been waiting forever. Thank you.
I think she went back to sleep.
All right, bye, babe. Love you. Why? Why are you taking the truck? Take the van. In the SUV. I'm not driving.
Were you in my house? What if there's like an emergency?
Sure. All right. Bye. Yeah, Flannel did too. All right, so let's talk Ezra. So Ezra, for those of you who don't know, is the new star character that is coming to the game. Can buff and shield allies and debuff enemies using special mushrooms he can grow during battle. He also supports characters who use Eureka by applying additional stacks of the buff, and he has the ability to restore Moxie for the whole team via his ultimate. So, as you guys knew, we were talking about shield characters, and I was saying, for Ezra to be a character that people are going to want to get, I was like, they're going to have to make his kit pretty bloated for people to want him. I said it on the podcast. I said it on my stream before the podcast. And they did just that. They bloated the fuck out of his kit. So let's talk about it. Skill 1, a max attack. Caster loses HP, deals mental damage and Genesis damage to 2 enemies. Both can crit. Plants, honey fungus, max 2. So now he is a shielder that has a kit similar to 37. So now we can make a Genesis team, guys. We're literally able to make Genesis teams with Star. So not only do Star characters have crit, they now have Genesis damage that can also crit. So Star is kind of ridiculous right now. Honey Fungus at the start of the turn grows 1 time, matures, and after an amount of growth, inflicts Fragile on all enemies. Fragile, when attacked, the carrier takes additional damage. So now you can put these debuffs on the enemies that allow them to take additional damage, while also doing Genesis damage as well. Skill 2, Mass Buff. Caster loses HP. Gives all allies a shield, which we don't know the values of how big that shield is. And then we get a new fungus, Ghost Fungus. Ghost Fungus at the start of the round grows 1 time, matures, and after a number of growth, applies Clarity to all allies. Clarity increases crit damage. So the character can give a shield and then also crit damage to allies. Ultimate, Mass Buff. Grants Moxie and Eureka to all allies. Plants the maximum amount of honey fungus possible and matures all mushrooms, triggering their effects immediately. So with using your skills, you apply the fungus to the enemies, then you ult and you give everybody Moxie and you give everyone Eureka, and then you trigger all those plants and all of those buffs or debuffs will happen. Crazy, right? Because once we see the value of that Eureka and Moxie given, yeah, it's going to be a little much. So insights. Upon entering combat or using ultimates, Ezra gains +1 Eureka. So he wants to be with characters that use their ultimates a lot to help give Eureka, right? So 37 gets more stacks of Eureka by follow-up. 6 gets more stacks by the amount of buffs that you have on your characters by having 4 or more. And Ezra gets more Eureka by just doing ultimates, right? When using incantations, if the maximum amount of the corresponding mushroom is planted, consume Eureka and grow that mushroom 1 time. If the mushroom matures, immediately trigger its effects. So to be able to mature your mushrooms and grow, you need to build up your Eureka stacks with the character. Reduces damage taken on his 2nd insight. And then on his 3rd, when a round ends, Ezra recovers HP according to the amount of mushrooms present on the field. This can crit. Meaning, I'm guessing it does some type of damage or something like that. No, the heal, I'm guessing, can crit. That he does. When using incantations, the maximum amount of mushrooms are not... Yeah, okay, so when using incantations, if the maximum amount of mushrooms are not corresponding to the incantation, gain Moxie. I'm not sure exactly where that is. Probably because they're... I'm not sure exactly what that's saying, but it's probably a translation error. So, look at the skill animations. They showed these on Twitter, so you've seen those, but it looks really cool. And that's a shield. And then we know the ult. So, yeah, let's talk about it. Let's see. Is the walking tank full of utility? Bit of foreshadowing. Ezra and Flannel are pretty good. Lucky Lux, did they just power creep my girl Voyager and made Star... Wait. Saving the slot if I have him. Sustain support. Fragility in turn-based games could be equivalent to do inflated damage. Crit damage is very strong. There's no limit to it. And Lily benefits. I might pull 37 now with Ezra. Yeah, Lily and Mushroom Boy are eaten. 37 Regulus or Lilia. Tooth Fairy, Ezra sound good. Bit of foreshadowing because you love Spathadia. You're going to love Flannel. I just read her. Yeah. Thank you, Tinley. I'll look at her, but I kind of figured if it isn't a TL error, it means you cast skill 1 and a mushroom skill 2 is present. You gain Moxie. Okay, because I wasn't sure. Is the Green Lake story level scaled? I just got my character's insight 30 and require levels insight 15. No, the Green Lake story doesn't really like. I haven't really looked at the level scaling, but like for most of us who played in like the beginning of the game, like most of the event stages were kind of like easy. Seems a little synergistic with Tooth Fairy, or am I misunderstanding things? Well, okay, so like the character, so like all in all, let's see what the character does, right? He gets crit damage to my. I'm going to assume he'll give. Hold on, let me get my phone. Okay. He's probably going to give 30% crit damage. Because that just seems like a right amount. It could be 20. I don't think it would be 15. It's going to be somewhere between 20 and 30%. But that also feels really strong for a free buff. So I could be absolutely wrong. But if it's if the crit damage is like the same or less than Tooth Fairy, then like nah, like some people could see as a reason to be like, oh, okay, right? But like the crit damage is not really what I'm worried about. Well, not worried about. Is not really what I'm excited about. What I'm excited about is the Moxie and Eureka that you give to all allies. The Moxie that you can because like this makes him more than just a Eureka support. He becomes a support for more characters. Think about the characters that you have that you want to give ult to. Think about the characters that you have like A Knight, Spathia, Melania, like so many characters that want Moxie. This is a big help to them. Even if you're a character who doesn't do crit damage, getting Moxie is huge. Because like the Necro Door team is literally providing Moxie to your like character. So like this is the part that I'm really excited to be about. So he's basically a support. Wish he was a DPS, if I'm honest. I wasn't gonna see him being a DPS. Like really, I just knew he wasn't gonna be a healer. I was kind of guessing he'd be a support, if anything, because remember, since Spathia was released as a DPS, they do not release 2 DPS in 2 patches. They have proved this now 5 patches in a row that they will not release 2 DPSs. They release a DPS and a healer or a support. But yes, we said it last stream. Supports run this game. Supports are absolutely bonkers in this game. Yeah, it won't collide with Tooth Fairy. It will not because it's a buff to allies. So like it's interesting because crit characters just got DPSs are patch reliant, but supports are forever. Yeah, crit characters just got a big boost, but not only crit characters. Just kind of anybody, because like it makes it to where like now with having a Tooth Fairy, like now it makes more sense why Tooth Fairy might be on the banner. Of course, it's a money reason, but like Tooth Fairy with her, like it makes more of a reason to use a Tooth Fairy because now if you can help those non-crit characters guarantee crit, and then you can give them a buff for crit damage, and then apply a debuff to enemies that help enable like more like crits and like hit harder on like crit, like that's insane. And It is slightly concerning because they're giving a lot of love to crit. They're giving a lot of love to crit. And I want to see more love for a non-crit. Because with Ezra, crit meta, like, will be a thing for this time until we see what's in 1.6. Like, now that they replace, like, now that Spathadia and Ezra are both crit characters, 1.6, I hope, is not crit characters. Because, like, this is ridiculous, bro. Like, it is concerning that crit, like, this is a huge buff to crit. Huge buff. Because, like, what's stopping somebody? So remember how I was talking up? Remember how I was talking up Bicure and Bloom, guys? Remember how I was talking up Bicure and Bloom? Like, if you have portraits on Bicure and Bloom? Like, in single target content, with having Ezra and a Tooth Fairy, your Bicure and Bloom, if you build Bicure and Bloom with crit, and you have, like, the debuffs that also Bicure and Bloom can apply and Ezra can apply, Bicure and Bloom is going to be a character that you just build for crit rate and will be hitting dumb hard. Like, you know, and it's just interesting. Yeah, like a P5 Bicure and Bloom who crits while having an Ezra and a Tooth Fairy will hit really hard on a single target situation. Actually, crit meta did kind of need the extra love since Tooth Fairy alone didn't budge the damage dealing much. Well, it's not. It's just that there's a lot of synergy with crit, though. Like, we did talk on the live stream how, like, Confusion isn't really the biggest because Confusion only lasts for one turn. But they're getting a lot more characters that they can synergize with. Ninja, yeah, 1.6 is going to be releasing near the Chinese New Year. Steam Bun was talking about that. But with upping the amount of crit damage that, like, characters can do, it does help out those crit characters to get that, because especially since they have lower attack. BP is smart. They won't add any more Star Slash crit units now for a couple of patches. Well, yeah, because they released a Star unit in 1.4 and they released another one in 1.5. So Star shouldn't be around for a while. How much Moxie will the ult give? +1/+2. Do you think one of the portraits will increase the Moxie gain? Fisher Jr., I have no idea. But if you look at characters that do give Moxie, is there a tag here? No. So if we look at the characters that do give Moxie, we have Door. Door gives +2 Moxie. And then his portrait gives another one when he dies. Where's she at? Leilani gives 1 Moxie, but she gives an additional Moxie when she enters battle, right? So 1 to 2 Moxie is probably gonna be the thing. Darlie Clatter gives 1 Moxie, and then if his health goes lower, gives like +3, and then with his portrait, he gives it like another +2 on Great Inspire, so he can give up to 3 Moxie. Let me check with Leilani if her portraits give more. Okay, so she gives 2 Moxie with portraits. So he's gonna have to give 2 or more as a 6-star. There's no way he's gonna give 1 as a 6-star. There's just no way. So it has to be 2 or more. Probably 3. It's probably gonna be like 3, but it has to be 2 or more. Otherwise, the character's like just not as good. Hey Lux, we did say Ezra was gonna be a utility. In my opinion, there's no way he gets more than 2. 2 at most, otherwise he'd be broken. Yeah, you're right. Giving 3 to the whole team is a bit much. You're right. You're right. Because then you would be like guaranteed every single team, like every single battle. If you gave 3, you are right. 3 Moxie is dumb. You're right. That would be kind of wild. And you know, like now that I think about it, like if any one of his portraits does anything with his Moxie, then the character's a little overtuned. Like if any of his portraits give anything to Moxie, his kit's gonna be overtuned. The Moxie is conditional as well, since it requires mushrooms on the field. This is true. This is true, but like, so what it's saying is like if you pull, but like, so that's like a skill ceiling thing, right? So it's like, oh, if I play Ezra perfectly, I have the best Moxie support in the game. Like I have one of the best supports in the game, right? Like that will be a little much. Like if his portraits give even with his mushrooms giving an condition, giving an insane amount of Moxie is like, I think having the mushrooms present always, I don't think that's like too big of a deal. Well, remember, see, that's the thing though, is like with Ezra's kit, when you look at 6, right? So now people are like, okay, well, 6 versus Ezra, which one's better? Remember, 6 does everything in his kit with no condition. So 6 is still like the more brain dead of a support where you just do your abilities. 6 is still more flexible, right? Like, because we don't know all of these values. But again, like I said, 6 can be put anywhere. And I'm not saying that you can't use them together, because you can. But I'm not saying that Ezra's better than 6, and I'm not saying that 6 is better than Ezra, but 6 is still really flexible. But Ezra does seem a little ridiculous. But Ezra and 6 can also still work together. So you got to think about it like this. If you can, do I have my CN account pulled up? Yes. Okay. So if I can, I might put the, so if I can build a team, right? So we're obviously, because this boss, somebody gave me some information, you want to ult a lot on this boss, right? To do the most damage, which is where Ezra comes in. So if I'm building a team, and I do this, and, well, let's not use Spathadia. Let's use this for Lilia users, right? 37 is going to be our Ezra, right? So we do Lilia, and we have our Ezra, and we have our Tooth Fairy, right? Star heavy team. So like, this is a case where it's like, obviously, all this right here, Ezra is an amazing pick here. This is a complete team. You have Ezra giving shield, you got crit defense, you got like ultimate being given, you got Tooth Fairy giving the like, you know, extra crit and all of that. Like, and we don't have to use like Lilia. You could literally put any other character here, but I don't have another character I would want to put here because I don't have a crit heavy account. Right? Oh, let's say Melania. Let's put Melania here, right? So people can feel better. Because they're like, yeah, but Lilia can't overcamp. But like, anyways, right? So we do this. We have all of this. All right, we put Melania here. So Ezra's giving crit damage. Tooth Fairy's helping enable crit, giving a little extra crit damage, right? So then it's like, if you're using a Melania, like who would you put here on this team? Would you put Anna and Lee? would you put Sonetto? Would you put Shemaine? Right? Or would you put 6? Right? It all depends. Because, like, a lot of people were arguing that you have to use too much AP for 6 for him to do everything in his kit, which I argued no. And Shemaine, you in a team like this, where if we're using a Melania, an Ezra, a Tooth Fairy, having Shemaine, you would have to use half of Shemaine's kit to make sure you're not using a lot of AP on him. Because, like, again, like, Ezra, like, wants to build up some Moxie too. And then, like, you know, you're still having to use the debuff on the debuff on Tooth Fairy. And then you're still having to gain Moxie on Melania. So, like, 6 doesn't use a lot, and he can just buff the character, like, just passively. To where, like, 6 is a, you know, great option. And this is using both the characters together. Right? So I think, like, Ezra works really well with these non-crit characters to help enable, like, you know, a crit Melania to do really good. If I were to put Black Dwarf here, this is also the case. If I'm wanting Black Dwarf to do a lot of crit damage, then, like, Ezra Tooth Fairy can enable her to do a lot, and then, like, you know, 6 is... Because if you guys, some of you don't know, I like 6 for a crit heavy team in certain situations as well. Not that I'm saying he's the best, because, like, Shemaine and Ann and Lee will be really good. But if you're going all in on crit, right? Simply if you're going all in on crit, he does give a 30% a 30% crit defense debuff to the enemies, and also gives the 20% like defense lure as well. So, like, that's pretty huge. And y'all know, like, it's like, you know, you can stack that and prepare, like, and like, you can easily, like, get this. It's not hard to get this to, like, happen. But, like, even if you don't get the, like, mental, like, you can still give it an extra 30%. So now you have the 30% defense lower from this here. But the problem is that I believe this overrides Tooth Fairy. So that's the problem. Like, 6 is a great option, but I believe that crit defense will override hers. So, like, that's the only thing, is where, like, 6 isn't the best option, but he will give a 15% extra while also giving a, you know, the other buffs and stuff like that. He will override Tooth Fairy. You know, and with Anna and Lee, I think Anna and Lee, like, I think in, like, between Anna and Lee and Shemaine, if I were to have, like, a 4th option for what I'm thinking right here, right, between Anna and Lee and Shemaine, Anna and Lee can buff her card up to, like, to the level 3 a lot easier than Shemaine, because she can, like, upgrade her cards for free. But Shemaine will still give you more damage, but you're gonna have to use more cards with Shemaine. For this 30% damage taken. But then also you have to think, on a boss like this, I've told y'all that this boss hits really hard. So, like, if you're not going to be using a med pocket, you won't have sturdiness. And the only thing you'll have is the shield on Ezra, which, like, right now, shields still aren't huge. So I don't know how huge Ezra's shields are going to be. So, like, I think I would prefer Ann and Lee to give us, like, the damage reduction. than Shemaine, depending on how much damage we're taking, right? Shemaine's going to give more damage, but Annalee's going to give more protections. 6 will give us some protections and some healing, right? Like 6 will be a sub-healer while also being a buffer and a debuffer, and then let Ezra have the shield and 2 fairy heal, right? So there's multiple options, right? There's so many other options that we're talking about here that you can do, which is great. It's really great. I'm Rivenous. Do I have to do Demon's Couch too now? Okay. Yo, it's good, Rivenous. Yeah, Ezra's a little crazy, bro. It's so much. They make Ezra's kits have high ramp up that require a certain amount of turns to reach full 8 or 10. Yeah, we have to see like what Ezra will need, but yeah. But then, like, you also have to think about, this is where people like I Am Rivenous will have an interesting time. So what now? Like, okay, so now this is gonna be this is 37 now. This is no longer Ezra placeholder. I need to find an Ezra placeholder. Matilda. All right, so Matilda is now our Ezra. Okay. So now when you have a Genesis heavy team with Tooth Fairy, right? Ezra has crit Genesis. 37 has crit Genesis. Ezra can feed Eureka stacks to 37, and you still want a follow-up character. And then you have Tooth Fairy who can passively buff their crit rate and crit damage. So now as a 4th, it's even more interesting because like Genesis damage is really strong. Like Genesis damage is really strong. So like, do we still build this? Like, all I'm saying, this is a strong team right here, 3-man team. Like this is a. Wait, Genesis can usually not crit. This is Poison. Poison cannot crit. 37 was the first character to be like, oh, crit Genesis damage, and their kits specifically say it. They specifically say they can crit it. So there's 2 characters here who can now crit Genesis damage, which is like crazy that now you can crit this like damage that can ignore defenses. All right, good. I was nearly going to go down a bad rabbit hole. So who would be the 4th man? So the 4th man would be like, would you, for a 37 team, who would be your 4th man? Because now everyone's like, oh man, how do I build my like 37 teams? Who would be your 4th man? And a 6? 6 is good. You think this just makes Poison Team lagging behind since Crit Genesis is the new meta? Well, no. This brings up a different concern for Jessica. I think what it means is that Poison Team, we said it earlier, as soon as they release a new plant DPS who doesn't do something with poison, Jessica, like Jessica has a complete team that is perfect with synergy and poison. And for plant content, she beats it perfectly. She's just like Eternity, where like, sure, there could be a character that releases new, but the character can do everything they need to do right now. That's the thing with Jessica. Like, there hasn't been another plant character. And she's the one that has the most synergistic team with having the poisons and all the debuffs and then being able to do damage without needing crit, right? She doesn't need crit. So she has consistent damage if you can put the stacks in, where you don't have to rely on crit. She's fine. But since she is limited to where she has to have poison to maximize her damage, like I said, as soon as they release a character that doesn't need that, then that character is going to be sought after a lot more. Genesis is the type of Genesis, though? No, but we're talking about critting Genesis, though. Critting Genesis damage is a completely different story than just having Genesis damage. Like, poison's really strong. And like with stack, like with Fire Monkey saying, in raids it's really good. But critting Genesis damage is a whole nother story. But so in a fourth man, some of y'all are saying to go Lilia. Some of y'all are saying new Babel, some of y'all are saying 6. So I think personally, on a team like this, because of Ezra, I think with a team like this and because of Ezra, I think, like, where I kind of said, like, you don't have to have a Lilia, I think Lilia is a great option here. Because, like, Lilia still benefits from these 3, and 37 still benefits from all of these, right? Like, because you could absolutely still do a Tooth Fairy Ezra Lilia team and do great damage, and then while Lilia is doing her kit, she'll also help out 37. And then while 37 is doing her things, giving attack to everybody else, that's going to also help the damage of Lilia and help the damage of Ezra as well. If, like, 37 can ult, and then she'll do the follow-up attack, and then the single target damage from Lilia will be really great. And then Ezra doing crit damage to all of them. Like, Ezra will give crit damage to everybody, where they're all crit-focused characters, to where they'll be able to benefit greatly. Like, this will be a crazy team. Whereas, yes, New Babel can give more stacks, but Ezra and Tooth Fairy won't benefit New Babel as much, right? 6 will be a great option, but Ezra and Tooth Fairy won't benefit as much. And it's already a protective team with, like, the crit buffs and everything like that, where, like, 6 is helpful, but, like, I think this just gives, like, I think this is a really great team. And remember, this Matilda is Ezra, so I don't want people thinking that, like, I'm putting Matilda there. Would 37 possibly be viable at P0 with the addition of Ezra? 37 is already great at P0. With having Ezra, I think with having Ezra giving Mox, and we don't know the values, guys, of how much Eureka the character gives, but it's helpful. With having Ezra now being thrown into the game, I think it justifies people's worry of a P0 37 a lot more. You're either like quite French instead of Australian, yeah. But like in this team, you'll have I think you just have a lot. And it helps out Lilia because you're having a character give crit damage, which is what Lilia needed, was more crit damage, right? This is helpful. And then like you have these characters here doing a bunch of Genesis damage, and then like everyone's critting, like and everything like that, and I think it's really helpful. But if you go higher, I guess if you have P037, Lilia 4th man makes sense. But if you go higher, I think Voyage. Yeah, well, if you're talking like raid, like if you start going higher into the content, like who would be better? I think honestly, all Lilia. I think honestly, once you put Lilia like on a better Psychube, like this one here, where she's like stacking her ult, I think she'll still perform really well. Well, we don't know. Because I don't know how big the shields are here. I'm not saying Voyager is a bad option. But I also don't like the amount of damage that... Like, I don't like 37's damage on a single target. Like, 37's single target damage is not great. Even with me at P3, it's not great. It's not great at all. So, like, that's why I like Lilia for the single target. Just personally. But, like, on a Hydra boss, right? Like, if we're fighting... homie here, right? This is where, like, obviously this boss right here with 37, like the team I just showed, we would destroy this boss. Destroy. Reading a crit Genesis team with 37 Ezra, auto counters Genesis 2-3. How's Regulus for raids? Regulus is fine for like the Hydra and stuff like that. And yeah, Babel's counters I don't think can crit. Laser stream. What did I miss? Ezra's kick got revealed. Yeah, Uzumaki, just to kind of sum up, Ezra can shield, can give a buff that gives crit damage. The ult gives Eureka stacks and Moxie on the ult. And also on I3, he can heal himself based off the amount of mushrooms and give himself a little Moxie. I think though, if you did if you're wanting to maximize, you can definitely build a team for specifically 37. They can? Thinking Beyond Wonderland for Ezra for the HP percent, or still waiting for numbers? Yeah, we're still waiting for counters of reality damage. Yeah, her counter can crit, just not the Genesis. Okay, I think they were talking about the Genesis. If you're not pulling for 37, is Ezra a skip? Ezra is not only for 37. Ezra gets crit damage. Ezra is still a character that gives Moxie. Like, he gives Eureka stacks, but he also gives Moxie, so if he only gave Eureka stacks, then he would be limited as a character, but he doesn't. Guys, don't worry, 1.7 phase 2 plant will give a debuff DPS that can multiply points and stacks and make Jessica viable in raids. Please, Blue Cock. Jesus Christ. That's the second time I've called him that. Please, Blue Pock, don't leave my girl behind. Don't get me canceled by the Ezra plus the Fool. Hey, bro, I always love to see it. Babel. That's a task, because in battle, the animation comes into the damage types. Bro, Twitch, Bro, 1.6 gonna be Robusty Spirit, don't worry. Why is the Mushroom Boy doing everything but poison? Yeah, it's wild. What's the plant rating? Well, let me see. Can I borrow my friend's account? I don't think he's awake. But anyways, like, for plant raid, I have almost all the characters. So you would just do Lee, Pure and Bloom, Sotheby, And I don't have Jessica, so Sasuke's gonna be our Jessica. So this is the team right here. Right. Lucky Sinju and Anna Lee. I know, bro. I have Anna Lee on both accounts. What I just suited to. Lucky it is blue things. I mean, no. But yeah, this is a plant team. So like, let's say you don't have a Sotheby, right? You're like, oh, what am I gonna do for my like plant team? Then just use any other healer, and like these guys will still be able to give you decent damage on Jessica. Plus, like these two here, like can be sub DPSs and help out Jessica. Like if you don't have the Sotheby. Well, by the time raids come out, the selector, if they do the selector will be here. Yo, Shiro brought up a good point. If you didn't get Tooth Fairy, or let's just say you're not a crit heavy, you don't have a crit heavy character, is it worth to pull Ezra? Is the shield and the Moxie gain on the ult enough to justify pulling for the character? We don't know anything about portraits. Is it enough to... It depends. Because, like... It depends. Because, like... His Moxie... The amount of Moxie that he can give himself, that you would have to feed him to then ult with... Like, to then ult and give Moxie to other characters... Like, it really depends. Yes, because any Moxie gain is kind of big. But it depends on how much Moxie you can consistently give to him to where you don't have to use a lot of AP on him, right? Because if you use an ult that gives you like 2 Moxie, you could have just used the DPS skills to give you 2 Moxie. Right? It depends on the character. It depends on how much Moxie he can gain for himself to where he doesn't have to use a lot of AP to ult. To get it. Just depends. It just depends. We don't know. Because we don't know how, like, how much Moxie he gets depending on his I3. If I can get, like, because, like, you know, like, New Babble's nice to use the taunt because she can give herself, if you have your cards right with Babble, you can literally ult, like, second turn. Like, you have to, of course, focus a Moxie for her, like, on that, like, first turn, but you can ult with New Babble second turn, right? With Ezra, we have to see how much Moxie the character can get. Yeah, you do need to use the brain for the Moxie gain. Use your brain for Moxie gain. That's a good one to say. Because, like, yeah, because, like, if you don't have Tooth Fairy, someone could argue, but it's still a crit damage increase. But again, if you're not, like, Ezra really only works if you have high crit character. Like, Ezra works more consistently if you have high crit characters. Because the only benefit he gives to you if you don't crit is a shield and Moxie gain. But let's all be honest. We need to know 3 more pieces of info to know how worthwhile Ezra is. How many rounds till Mushroom matures? The percent value for damage taken. Oh, well, it's not... Yeah, not damage taken, but how much additional damage do they do on Fragile? Is what you mean. And then how much value for the crit damage and how many Moxie / Rika stacks he gives on all. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of things we need to know to see how crazy he is. But his kit has a lot. Let's not lie. His kit has a lot. Watch 1.8 release raids or Limbo that makes enemies have like a high resistance to crit or immunity to crit. And down goes Star. I will say that Star is pretty stacked if you have all the characters. Star is pretty stacked if you have all the characters. But we have talked about Ezra a lot. Let's go to the waifu real quick. Let's talk about Desert Flannel. Let's talk about some Desert Flannel here, because we still don't know the other character. Desert Flannel is a 5-star beast support character. She can apply counter to herself. Ooh. During which she gains additional crit rate and crit damage. Another crit character. Bluepock loves crit. Jesus Christ, they love crit. She ideally is paired with other Beast Afflatus characters, as under these circumstances, she can gain additional Moxie when entering battle, and her ultimate becomes even more valuable. Keep in mind that this is just a preview and the multipliers aren't known yet. Insight, okay. Oh, they don't have the, okay. So Insight, when under a positive status or counter, increases crit rate. Okay. I2, when entering combat, crit damage is increased. Okay, is this the best 5-star beast character? Is she gonna power creep Sweetheart and Pavia? It sounds like she's gonna power creep Sweetheart and Pavia. I3, when entering combat, gains Moxie correspondent to the number of beast allies in battle. Jesus. So now we have our second character who does something based off of the Afflatus. We have Druvis, who gives plant characters extra healing, and we now have Desert Flannel, who gets extra Moxie based off of how many beast allies she is with. Interesting. First skill, single target attack deals reality damage. If the caster has positive status or counter, the crit rate and crit damage of this attack will increase. Okay. Skill 2, self counter. Applies Plappy and bursts of strength to self. Plappy, that's such a weird thing to say. Counters when casters attack, causing reality damage. The counter is regarded as a follow-up. Huh. The crit rate and critical damage of the attack is increased. So she can do a follow-up counter. That's very interesting. Versus strength, when attacking, the damage caused is increased. So she can... We talked about this earlier, if there's a character who can increase their counter damage. So that means she would go with... sorry, I am skipping ahead. Hold on. Does that mean she works good? Like, so that means you want to use... Where is it? Silent and Adoring. Extra actions get 12% damage dealt, whereas extra action instant damage is increased by 10%. You can get extra 12% and then an extra 50% on the extra action. So you can actually have her doing like kind of crazy counter damage if you wanted to. Oh, beep, clappy. Mass heal restores all allies' HP by a certain percentage of attack. Grants all allies bursts of strength and additionally applies momentum to all Beast of Flatus characters. Momentum when attacking, incantation might is increased. In bursts of strength, when attacking, damage caused is increased, and then momentum increases the incantation might. Oh my god. I thought she was just a healer, but she's not just a healer. What's up with these bloated kits on these new characters, bro? Okay, so... Is this Apple Power Creep? Okay. Okay, so, okay. Let's try to summarize what we just saw here. So, we have a character that when there is a buff, she increases her crit rate. Her I2 gives her crit damage. And she gets extra Moxie at the start of combat, depending on how many beast allies she gets. Meaning, she's ulting probably turn 2. Wow. Her skill has extra crit rate and crit damage based off if she has a buff. Her counter skill gives her extra damage when she attacks, and she has a counter that does extra crit rate and crit damage. And then her ult gives HP based off of her attack, and will give her burst of strength buff to her allies to increase the damage that they do on their attack, and then also for beast characters, increases their incantation might. So, for beast teams, I'm gonna say, like, obviously, you know, one person can be like, but her kit is limited. She still is a decent character without being on a beast team. But this is great for beast characters, right? Because she still just straight up increases damage for beast characters. And increases their incantation might. So I saw somebody say it when I peeked over at chat. That is great for Centurion. That is great for Spathia. That's great for Sweetheart. If you have a low rarity account, that's great for your Pavia. That's great for all beast characters as a character to have. But let's so this is another thing where values matter. Because let me see. If we talk about Spathia, I believe that Desert Flannel is another option for sure. I think for sure in beast-centered content, she would probably be better than 6 in certain situations, depending on how good her values are. Because she heals. But also, like, with her having a healing ult... Hold on. No. Not replacing 6. No. No. I think she would be a slightly better option than, like, well, wait. Well, I mean, an insane team... Wait, so... Hold on. Let me get my thoughts together. I'm thinking I'm thinking a lot of things at once. So, for those of you who have Melania, she's gonna up your Melania's damage, right? So, like, for those of you who might not be getting Spadadilla, I'm trying to, like, I'm thinking so many things at once. So, if we have Melania, and then we have Desert Flannel, that's a team there. And so then would you go Shemaine? Like, then you would summon Shemaine, and then, like, Desert Flannel becomes your healer. Shemaine becomes your debuffer. And then do you use Tooth Fairy? Because you want all of them to crit, right? Because, like, Desert Flannel has crit damage. You build a Melania into crit damage. And then you do a Shemaine to help boost the damage of Melania and Desert Flannel. And, you know, he kind of does his thing. Not well. This is a 4-man team. I think. There. I believe what Blue Pock is doing. Someone said it earlier. If you said it, make sure to type your name in. But someone said it earlier that Blue Pock is making a lot of characters as a 4th man for raids. Like, Desert Flannel isn't probably the best option for a 3-man, but in a raid, so I'm guessing they're going to make more 4-man content, because for 4-man content, Desert Flannel seems like a really good option. I think she's a really good 4th-man option. I don't know who said it, but, like, that's what seems... Yeah. Like, Desert Flannel... Her kit was, like, You did say we need a new tier list for 3-man and 4-man content. Yeah, bro. Yeah. I think this is where tier lists are gonna, like, kind of fall apart. Maybe you said it, Arouse. Anyways, a lot of people said things about 4-man content. So possibly out of Arouse, Tin Lee, or Fire Monkey. Yeah, I think Fire Monkey, you said last patch. Not last patch, but last stream, you were saying we need a new tier list. Yes. I think where people are asking me, like, what's the best 4-man team? What are the 4-man teams? I honestly, like, it's getting harder and harder to, like really do it, because, like, it's... You know, all in-game content is going to end up becoming 4-man content, so it's going to evolve by itself. Yeah. Like, because it's giving you more options. Because, like, if I'm doing this raid right here, when Desert Flannel, which I don't have enough mats for Desert Flannel, I thought she was going to be mid. I just assumed she was going to be mid. Because, like, Ulu is kind of mid. Yeah, 4-man content is having good stuff. Ulu's kind of mid. Like, you know, like Ulu's not the greatest. But Desert Flannel, Jesus Christ, is amazing. Because, like, if I have this team built, I don't even need Tooth Fairy, right? So, if I have this team, who's going to be our Desert Flannel? Let's see. Let's put a waifu there. So, since they're in the same patch, so this is our Desert Flannel, right? And then we have I guess, Ulu to enable the fire to give the damage dealt buff. Yeah. See, with Flannel and Ulu here, I wouldn't want Med Pocket because that's way too much healing. So I would probably use Shemaine, which I don't have. But I don't like... So Melania is going to be our female Shemaine. I don't like Shemaine and Spathadia together at all. Because Spathadia wants setup, and where you're using your AP to set up Spathadia, you're using you're using your Moxie to also use Shemaine, and I don't like it. It's an option, but it's something you can do. But see, if we put Ezra, well, here's the problem. If we put our Ezra here, then I'm not using Flannel. Then I'm taking Flannel off. You know what I'm saying? It's just giving more options. Like I'm not using Ezra and Flannel most likely in this type of setup. But right, this doesn't mean that you can't use the two together. Because if I'm doing now Melania, who doesn't need an Ulu, and we have our Flannel with Melania, now I could possibly look at like using for harder content maybe. Well, no, I would do this. I would do this. Because, like, let's think about... Well, because let's think about it. It's not that Desert Flannel can't be used if you don't, like... Can't be used if you don't have a full beast team. It's just that she gets less Moxie, and her ult benefits less people. But she could still benefit if you have a beast main DPS. I think the only reason to use Desert Flannel is if you for sure have a beast DPS. Oh my god, she can use the new Psychube. Because she buffs. She just needs to use her ult multiple times. She buffs. She can use a new Psychube. Because her ult's a buff, right? Wait, no. Yeah, this gives a buff. Oh, she can use a new Psychube. Oh my god. If this is considered a buff... No, it's considered a counter. Never mind, I'm wrong. Ignore me. Well, yeah, I'm wrong. Never mind. She can't use it. I'm wrong. It has to be a buff ability. Because she can kind of use it, but she can't use it. Because the new Psychube, you have to use a buff incantation. Nah, never mind. Never mind. Like, she can get half of it, but not the full version of it. So, I got excited for no reason. You shouldn't mix a Flatus with Flannel, though? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because it makes her not the better option. Like, because if I'm doing Melania with this, it would literally just be better to do, like, if I'm already have Mix of Flatus, like, it'd just be better to just do, like, this. Right? Like, have these two increase my crit, and then Ezra increase my crit damage, and then just have Ann and Lee increase my damage. And then so the damage dealt increase with the extra crit damage would allow Melania to hit crazy, right? So there would be no reason to use Desert Flannel here. It'd have to be a full beast team. But, like, I mean, I guess if I have... Alright, so this is our Flannel. Remember that. If I have this, and they're both... So Eternity's not worth getting, right? In short, no. If you don't have Eternity, just get Black Dwarf. Yeah, you would want 3 at least, right? Because it's 3-man content. You would want 3. So, but like, it depends on how much. It depends on how much healing her. Well, let's think about it. It might give Med Pocket more. It might give Med Pocket more usage out of people because. Well, yeah, if I have Shemaine. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to use my friend's account real quick to show this better. He has everybody. Let me close all these. Am I maxed out? Oh, I'm about to be maxed.
Nothing unexpected.
I do have the Lilia skin. I do have the Lilia skin if you're curious. Hold on real quick, guys. We're gonna do something. Dang it. Now it gives like a little more of a like. Yeah, I think I think Desert Flannel isn't as crazy. I think Desert Flannel isn't as crazy if you don't have Shemaine. I think you kind of need Shemaine for. I don't know what version. Maybe this one. CN server is from May. I'm not day one. It's like it's around. It's from May. Yeah, I can show you the skin. It might be this version. Okay, yeah, okay. We got the right version. Here, let me go check on my daughter real quick. Okay, guys. Uh, I want to talk about Flannel. We'll get to everything else y'all are talking about. I want to talk about Flannel. This is not my account, by the way. I hope he's not online. Alright, so this isn't my account. So don't go too crazy.
Maybe we can bring
my headphones die?
to the games.
Oh,
It
cool.
is a
Now I'm
bit
just rolling for sure.
dangerous, but we can always have plenty of frogs by the field. There you are. Come check out my new proposal.
So, if we're going to look at the desert flannel, right? Look at this guy. This guy's insane. So, we're gonna talk about a desert flannel team, right? So you're gonna have Shemaine. You're gonna have who is our desert flannel? DK, right? Where's DK? Alright. So DK's our desert flannel. You're gonna have Shemaine. And let's just use Centurion since a lot of people have Centurion. Right? So you so you're looking at for desert flannel to really be justified to be able to do what she does in her kit, you're gonna kind of want to have like Shemaine, or if you don't have Shemaine, then you're gonna want to use like Med Pocket.
Me? Is everyone else
which
dead?
like is a lot of healing, possibly. If Desert Flannel's healing is not that big of a deal, then you can still use Med Pocket. If Desert Flannel actually does a really good heal, then you could probably just use Shemaine.
Huh. An experienced adult is coming to your
And then from here, since these two are like crit characters, and you use your Centurion, you probably want to use Tooth Fairy
Here for a warm too.
just to like help everybody like do their crit. And like, you know, we'll see. But like when it comes to like Spathia,
Now it's time for Spathia.
Spathia doesn't need Tooth Fairy. But everybody else needs Tooth Fairy. So like that's where this like Shemaine and Spathia I feel don't go together. We need an Ulu on this team, so we'd have to drop somebody. So like this isn't really like a Desert Flannel Shemaine Spathia team isn't really all that it's cracked up to be. This is my opinion. Y'all are still distracted on everything else. But like if you were to do a yeah, exactly, right? Like you would drop Tooth Fairy and then you would put Ulu.
Competition first, burning second.
But then like ignore the P5 because he's gonna crit the ult. But if you had like a P0 Shemaine, then he's just a debuffer. And in that case, like it's okay, but like then you're not using his full kit. Like, sadly. So then like he'd give you the biggest, like, of course, damage bonus. It just would suck because like you don't really want to use a lot of Moxie on him because Father D is going to hit harder than him. It's just for the point, like, so, okay, let's, how can I just do
Are you
this?
seeking my service?
No, healing. Just put a med pocket here.
Me? Is everyone else dead?
Woman, get moving!
It's not that he's taking away, it's just that you're not, this is the P5, Shemaine. It's not that he's taking away, it's just the fact that you're, like, you want to use the AP to build up his Moxie to use his kit. So you're, like, leaving these cards, like, here because, like, you also need to build Moxie on Ulu for her to do her buff as well. And if you're using Spathadia, like, now you have to use Moxie on this character to build up her ult. So, like, on the first turn, yeah, you can do the debuff here. You can use her buff here, but you need to use these skills because, like, her damage dealt buff is significant as well. Especially if you get, like, portraits on the character, it becomes a 40% damage dealt buff, which is, like, pretty huge, right? And so then, and we don't even have Flannel in here, which, like, Flannel, I don't even know where Flannel would get, but we're talking him. So, like, let's see, in this situation, what is best to do? Where's these cards? Fine. I'm gonna leave that alone. This is where I can use. I can do some damage by doing this here. And some Moxie. Use him.
Oh, hi.
The wheel of fate! What are your manners?
Again, not saying he's a bad option. But, like, I'm not wanting to, like, to get a higher card for him, like, I'm not wanting to use this on his skill because, like, I'm wanting to focus it to Spathadia, right? So, like, this is only sitting at, like, 15 extra damage taken, stuff like that. This doesn't ult. Now he can ult, and he'll be able to ult back to back, which will be great, right? We're gonna go ahead and ult here, we're gonna buff here, we're gonna do this. Again, I'm not saying he's a terrible option. I'm saying, like, to maximize him, I want to use a little more AP.
Feel the beating of your heart! Tin, witness my victory! Wow!
But we did. I wasn't.
Sufficient funds. You ain't got no money.
Yeah, I did do the wrong difficulty. But either way, I still kind of showed a little bit of something. Like, you can use Shemaine, but it takes a few turns to, like, get to ult. You ult, like, because when the way his kit works, when we ult with him, we'll be able to ult back again. But it'll take a while for us to get back those stacks of Nature's Blessing and be able to, like, do the double. Otherwise, it's just an ulting character. Not a terrible option. I just feel like I could put somebody else here. But I'm not saying he's a terrible option. It's just that with Spad needing the setup, like, he can be the sub DPS. But I want there to be a different option.
Ready, go! That's right!
So that you can skip Spath after they decide their voice. You can't skip Spath.
Yeah!
No, I didn't play Global Limbo.
Light up.
We're still talking some CN stuff here.
Oh, good for you.
Ow!
Alright, let's merge this card so we can get that. Let's go there.
Ready?
Just gonna buff up again.
The shower of sparks!
Shemaine is the sub DPS. I mean, at P5, he's a main DPS. Like, if I had a P5 Shemaine, I wouldn't have this. I wouldn't have it. Like, if I'm focusing on Shemaine, I wouldn't have this. These two characters. Like, honestly, most of these characters, because I'd maximize on Shemaine too. Like, if you're gonna pull more portraits on Shemaine, then you're not making him a sub DPS anymore. You're just saying that you want him to be a main DPS.
So much for warm-ups.
Let's just do the setup here then.
Your command.
Yeah, we're just gonna do a big setup.
Feel it! Feel the beating of your heart!
But you know there's gonna be those people who are like, oh, well, I have to get Shemaine at P2. And it's like, nah, bro. Character's fine. Character's absolutely fine. We're actually gonna do too much damage. Alright, we got sealed.
Wear gloves.
Head and do the buff.
Sterilize.
We'll just see Shemaine.
Alright, deep breath in.
Oh, tie?
The light up!
Freaking dumbass.
Shemaine's 1.3. He's literally right after
Give me a hand,
Jessica.
friends. I can't do this alone.
Honestly, for a lot of people, like, Shemaine would probably be a better pick than Jessica. Like, if I'm just being, like, kind of transparent.
Wear gloves.
And then he gets to ult again because of his Nature's Blessing stacks.
Alright,
I'm
breath
ready.
in.
Come on, this is the one punch!
Get out of here.
Pre-farm for BD. Well, most people already have their Jessica pre-farm, so you can start pre-farming for her now.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Well, remember, this is P5, so he crits 100% of the time.
Cheers and witness my victory!
Wear gloves.
That's right! Time to go all out!
I'm losing my patience.
Anyone feeling cold?
Spaladia. She's a boxing girl.
That hurts, huh?
Alright. So, here, I'm gonna merge this. And then, wait. So I can use less Moxie. I'm gonna get that higher so I can get a better debuff. Go ahead and merge this. She's sealed. I'm gonna merge this to get extra Moxie to him. And we'll be able to
Great
attack next
decision.
turn.
Everyone has their hands in it. Hold on to that.
Yeah.
What are your manners?
There we go.
That's right. Ready?
Already has.
Resin.
No,
Come on,
fine.
this is the one.
I don't have Ulu. Honestly, if I'm a half Shemaine, I think I would drop Ulu.
The wheel of
If I'm gonna put Spathadia and Shemaine together, I'm dropping Ulu. I can't, like, in a usual match, I can't get enough Moxie to Ulu with also boosting Shemaine's Moxie. And then that would mean I would have to make sure that Spathadia is consistently putting the burn on the enemy. And it would just change how I would use Spathadia. I think if you're a P0 Spathadia, Shemaine is, also this. If you're a P0 Spathadia, Shemaine's going to be a definite better option than even trying to use this burn setup. Because I can't max, like, this is the second ult where I haven't had, like, 15 stacks on the enemy. And so, there's really no point of having Ulu here if I also can't get the damage dealt out of her. And it kind of just makes it pointless. Like, that I can only, like, you know, do it every now and then. And I just dropped everything, so now I get her ult for the extra buff, but, like, I don't have everything else to help line it up. It kind of ruins the rotation timing, to me, a little bit. It's where it's just like, man, you could have done, like, something else.
Very well.
What's a must-pull character in the game? There's no must-pull characters. There's just very strong picks. All the conspirators were all talking about this. Like, Tooth Fairy is, like, a really strong pick, but it's not a must-pull. Because a must-pull means that, like, you absolutely have to pull them, or else, like, you know, you're going to be in dire straits.
Sterilize.
And, like, there's no character that does that.
Feel it. Feel the beating of your heart.
Six and Tooth Fairy are really good. But Shemaine is also really strong pick as well. Alright, so now we have 2 more rounds up for buff. What we can do. I think we're just gonna ult with everybody.
That's right.
Alright.
Come on,
Breath
this
in.
is the one touch.
I'm ready.
Like a lighter.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Yeah, it all depends on what you have. Because if you already have all the supports in the game, then, like, you could say you don't need 6 because he's a great option, but, like, there's also other characters that can't beat him. But 6 is a great option if you don't have a lot of supports and he can fit. Yeah, exactly. No need to panic. Well, I'm not only talking Limbo. Like, again, there's 3-man content, 4-man content. There's Limbo content where you need 2 teams and everything like that. So it's really dependent. Like, yeah, a lot of things just, like, it just depends on, like, what you have. Feels good, Kenobi.
Great decision.
Get this wrong. Alright, so now we can maximize that buff. So we gave a good rotation to buff on her. Couldn't line it up with Shemaine, unfortunately. But Shemaine can still get the benefit of the buff. In the later stages, it matters a lot more. That just means that this team really only matters when it's like raid content. I'm still not getting a lot of flame stacks also.
Sterilize.
I don't like that.
Feel it. Feel the beating of your heart.
What does the burn team still need? I'd probably say a healer that does burn.
I've gone careless.
It's too much setup. I still don't have the debuff. Like, okay, so I don't have the debuff from Shemaine. I can't use the debuff from Med Pocket, so gotta refresh this. Can't even maximize my damage.
That's right.
Dude,
Where
my
gloves?
pocket's too buff. Just
Alright,
Come
press
on,
in.
this is the one punch. Huh, like the lighter.
Oh, hi.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Cheers and witness my victory.
there we go. See now, it's facing a little better.
Wear gloves.
I'm still gonna die.
Recommend.
Get out of here. I'm losing my
Shemane's really great. Shemane's really great is where if you get his cards like just now,
Hold on.
and I'm not getting any DPS cards. Like for Spathadia. Like now I'm getting a bunch of like Shemane cards, but Shemane does like really good damage. Right? So I can which is the whole point of sub DPS. Like so now I can maximize
Alright.
like him and like try to rotate. But again, this is the P5 Shemane. So, like not everything I'm saying is like correct.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
But it's also 4-man content, so like just a lot of cards. It's not that I don't like the two together, but like if you're gonna have an account, if you're gonna have an account that's gonna have P5, right? I'd rather use so if you're gonna have a P5 Spathadia or P5 Shemane, like at this point I really need to maximize the
Maybe we can bring fire dance back to the games.
I really need to maximize the amount of burn I give Spathadia, because at P5, my ult does 100% extra crit damage if I can get 15 stacks. With Shemane, and also trying to maximize like him, it just becomes another character I have to like really use AP for. Whereas I need to use a lot more for Spathadia. So I feel like I'm just losing a lot because I can't get max. And like Ulu's just there to help like make it a little easier. Because like once you start putting portraits, and that's where you need Ulu more, because you want to always have burn on the enemy. And so like at P0 you don't really need Ulu as much. With portraits you want Ulu more to get that extra. And like I don't know, maybe I just have to try to maximize the burn more, but just wouldn't want to do it. And then if I have a P5 Shemane, then I'm wanting to ult with him all the time because his ult crits 100%. So like, it just, Jesus, this guy is such a Chad, bro. Like, look at this man. Like, how can you justify someone who has to make a decision to get 6 when this guy looks like this? Like, why would anybody listen to me when I'm like, yo, 6 is a character that's a really great 4th man, when this is how he looks versus this is what you could get?
Well. I heard your footsteps when you rounded the corner. Anything I can help you with?
Yeah, Shimon, we're not talking about that. We're talking about something different, but yeah. I saw your comment, like, in that. But yeah, like, how am I supposed to tell people to get 6, bro? Like...
Well, the chair is in the middle of the room. Please.
Just get both? I'm just... Well, yeah, there's also that. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, like... Look at this guy. Look at the yellow eyes, the fang. Come on, man.
Help you with?
I understand people just pulling for Shemane and BD with how bad they are. Like, bro, their characters are amazing. Yeah, it's cool as fuck, bro. Yeah. For the first banner male character, bro, they did him so good. Like, they did him so good. Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, though, too, right? Their kits kind of explain... Their kits kind of go with how their characters are designed. Shemaine is a character with his kit that you do want to use him more. Like, the more moxie you give to him, you get him this ult, and he's like, yo, I'm a really present, like, support, like, DPS. Like, I'm there. I'm flamboyant. 6, his kit's so background.
In the middle of the room.
I3 gives you a passive buff. He just buffs, like, he just does some debuffs. It's a very passive kit. You don't even have to, like, maximize, like, the stars on his kit. Like, none of that, really. Like, he's just such a great background character. And he looks like a background character. It's just, like, that's just how the kits are, bro. Like, yo, what's good? What's good, monkey? Oh, I didn't get the alerts, guys, for those of you who've been following, so I'm sorry. But thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Same for you, vote for Panda. So sorry. I don't have my headphones, they're charging, so I can't hear anything. But yeah. But cool characters. How did I even get here? Am I doing today? I'm doing great. How did I even get here? Oh, I was talking about Flannel. So, having a Spathidea, a Shemaine, with a Flannel is a lot. I think that's a lot. That's where we came from. With Flannel's kit, maybe Flannel works like better with like a Melania. Or characters that like... Maybe she can work better with like Melania. Like I'm saying she can also work with like, you know, Spathidea. But with Spathidea wanting Ulu, like maybe she'll work better with like that. Look at the character in the game that would be part of a secret society that you uncover at the end, and he's suddenly a final boss. He was the boss in one of the portraits. Well, Ezra's mushrooms count as a buff? One of them are. Clarity gives crit damage. And then this one's a debuff. So he can oddly get the new Psychube. He can get the new Psychube where if you buff yourself, you get more attack and damage dealt. So you can actually do more damage with him. You can get that new Psychube. Because this is a mass buff. Both of these are mass buffs, so you can actually use the new Psychube. Which is cool too. He'll get extra attack %. There's no debuff healer except for Tooth Fairy. No, every single 6-star healer does a debuff. Med Pocket does a debuff, Sotheby does a debuff, and Tooth Fairy does a debuff. Literally every single 6-star does a debuff. Yo, Star Snatcher, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. But yeah. Let me log out of this account. I don't want him. I don't want my homie to be like, yo, bro, I want to log into mine. Okay, I'm just gonna close CN for now. We'll go back to CN later. But all in all, I like both of their kits. I think they are really great characters. Desert Flannel being a crit counter character that buffs beast teams, I think it's really good because we're kind of like looking at like beast characters, like, you know, like Star is like kind of packed, but now like you can use like, you know, a Desert Flannel, and if you end up getting Shemaine, right, you can use these two together. Then you can do like a Melania, and then depending on how much healing you get with Desert Flannel and how good her passive is, we can see, you know, from there. But I like her. I like that her counters get extra crit rate, crit damage. I want to see how much damage she gives extra to her allies, and everything. She does a lot. Yeah, the kits are out. Yeah, Flannel's good. Yeah. Here's the link for you guys that will be for both characters. So there's that. There's that. So you can just scroll down and see and read both the kits. We already kind of went over it. We've been talking about them. But in terms of Ezra, does Ezra power creep anybody? Like, I don't know. We have to wait. Well, no, like I just think Ezra's like a good character, but like we need to know a lot. Like Shiro kind of said it before. We need to know how much Moxie does the character give. How long does it take to get the mushrooms? How much Moxie and Eureka does the character give to be able to use these? How much is the crit damage buff? We got to see all of this, but the character does have a lot. Character does have a lot. Yeah, I think she's better with Melania because because I think Bjorn Bloom is just too good for most reality characters. I think Desert Flannel is good for like. I think she's good for the mental damage, like Melania. Yeah, the shield's an HP. Yeah, that too. Because remember, like, because if she's a really great healer, if Desert Flannel ends up being a really great healer, then you could absolutely do Desert Flannel, Melania, Shemaine, and then like, I don't know, Pickles? No. Yes. Yes, you can. Because damage taken is from Shemaine, damage dealt with Pickles. And then you have the doesn't conflict with this. And you can do Melania. But if you wanted to maximize their crit rate, then you probably wouldn't use Pickles, and you would just do Tooth Fairy. Right? So it's just odd that there's. So now the thing is that will they release a beast crit healer? Because if we're having a character who wants to be with all beast characters, we have two characters who wants to be built with crit. Maybe we'll get a beast crit healer. Or probably not, but Ezra will drop on later Wednesday for me. Because I remember when it was Spathadia and the character didn't come out at reset and there was like 4 hours of maintenance. So I'm not on that day. I'm probably gonna stream later on Wednesday because like I did like a long ass stream, like hoping the character was out at patch, and I was like, but then again, it's not a full update patch, so I could be wrong. The character could come at 3 because it's not a big update patch. It's just like a small little one. So, because I think 6 came. Yeah, right. It's not a full update patch, so there could not be a maintenance. It could be like a very small maintenance. I don't know. We'll see. I have to see if like I see any like notes to see how long the maintenance will be, and that'll determine like when I'll start streaming. Anyways, let's do Limbo.
There
I think everyone, does anyone have any questions on the new units? 'Cause I think we covered everything. Anyone have any more questions? Also, for those of you who are new, make sure to @ me if you're asking me directly a question. If you're just asking a general question, then you can just ask it and someone in chat will probably get you. But if you're asking me a question, there's just a lot of you and I have 2 different chats, so it'll be a little more difficult to answer your questions. All right, let's look at Limbo. Who is the now priority to get? Still 6? Once we find out values on Ezra, I'll see. But Ezra is still crit heavy in his kit, right? We have to see how much moxie he gives. But 6 is intellect, so he doesn't have a disadvantage on elements, and he still does a lot. So like 6 isn't a bad option. 6 can just do a lot. He might not be the best option on every team, but if you're wanting to limit how many characters you have to pull for, I think 6 is still a good option. Like, that's just the truth of it. Like, there are other characters that can be better than him, especially with their advantage in a Flatus. But again, 6 can fit everywhere. So if you just don't want to summon a bunch of people, like, that's how I feel. You don't need Ezra if you have Voyager and Tooth Fairy? Well, Ezra gives a crit damage buff, where Voyager does a confusion buff. So they're all different characters. Like, Voyager and Tooth Fairy are 2 different characters. And Ezra will be a different character from them because Ezra can crit the Genesis damage he does. He can give Moxie. Also can give crit damage on the buff. And you can still use them. Like, if you didn't get Tooth Fairy and you just have the Voyager, you can still use Voyager and Ezra together, because Voyager can do the confusion debuff to allow the clarity buff that Ezra does to help out your team having extra crit damage, while the confusion buff's giving extra crit rate. That's still a thing. So like they can all be used oddly together. Ezra can be used with Tooth Fairy because they don't conflict, and Ezra can be used with Voyager. How would I rate a crit resonance layout on Jessica? Revenus, that's a good question. See, the thing is that if it's 4-man content, like, I think you can do a
I've already said that Sotheby doesn't need a bodyguard.
If it's 4-man content, I think you can add, like, you can still have a Sotheby and a Jessica, a Sotheby and a Tooth Fairy together, because Sotheby would be there to still maximize Jessica's damage, but Kjorn Bloom would be able to maximize Jessica's damage, and Tooth Fairy would be able to maximize her crit damage. Then you would build her all the way into crit, and then once she crits, like, she's hitting really hard, because her damage with poison, like her max potential damage with poison is really good. If you crit that, it's just going to be even more amazing. So I think it would definitely be better, but like that's really only for 4-man content. Other than that, I wouldn't do it. I'm not saying that it the Genesis damage on the poison, though, I think is not gonna be I don't think that matters, because the amount of damage you're doing on a crit is gonna be ridiculous. Like she has amazing base damage, and even if you're losing a little bit, like the poison damage isn't something to make me just be like, oh my god, wow, if I were to compare it to crit. Like, crit Jessica would be sick, but I think, like, it matters in 4-man content. Because 3-man content, Bjorn, Bloom, and Sotheby would be better. Like, I wouldn't replace Sotheby with a Jessica in that situation. Some probably would, but I wouldn't. But like for a plant raid, I think that would be pretty good. Crit is literally ahead of attack build based by around 100 damage per turn over 12 turns. Okay, so mathematically it's ahead.
There are many arcane animals.
You just have to, yeah, you just have to really maximize your crit. Alright, let's go into Limbo. Current rules. Ally grants mineral and star characters that haven't taken any damage. No, haven't taken an action this round 1 stack of rousing morale at the end of the round. Oh. Yeah, with non-math, you still have to crit for it to matter. That's where it's like, if you don't crit, then now your damage is terrible. If you're very unlucky and you miss like 3 or 4 crits in a row, now you're just like, okay, well this sucks.
Alright, just one thing. I will be home by 10 p.m.
Obi-Wan Kenobi is asking, how did you guys find the new Limbo? I'm just now doing it, so I don't have an answer to that.
Please allow me to prepare.
Do the full right here. I haven't leveled up my balloon party. No. What healer do I want? I don't have a lot of healers. Yes, Sotheby. No.
Let's have a party
Too
then.
fair. What would my other team be? Maybe Charlie? I don't have a lot of healers. Level up my healers. I just like brute force it, probably. I'll probably just brute force it. Let's put the full in just in case. Let's do this.
Wow. So many things to say. I'm saying.
Grading terms in, which I confirm in game with what
Something
collections.
fun for you. It seems to be mixed up. It should be fine, right?
Can we auto this? Probably. Speaking of the current star units is easy. Just need to know the boss mechanic. Okay.
Agreed with your decision.
Hey.
I think difficult 6-1 was a bit annoying. Okay.
How dare you?
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Type
Make sure I'm not getting
friend.
text.
Neither will Sotheby.
Mama Lex. Yo.
Agreed with your decision.
Can you explain Silent and Adoring? Is that the follow-up attack one? I think. Yeah. So, so basically your follow-up attacks get extra damage dealt. So, well, extra action. So that's Black Dwarf. The follow-up attack she does after her ult gets damage dealt. 37, her follow-up attack gets extra damage. Lilia's follow-up attack gets extra damage. And New Babel follow-up attack gets extra actions. And then now the new character, Desert Flannel's extra actions get extra damage. And so, like, the only thing about this one that I don't like is that it just follow-up attacks. Yeah, because nothing else. It's a really specific one because like it doesn't boost anything for the character but their extra actions. And for it to really be like the best option, you kind of have to max it out and then make sure that the character is doing their follow-up attack consistently. Because like the attack percent's cool, but like they really have to make sure they're doing their follow-up attack to like justify it being the best. And that's just my opinion. Lilia? Well, Lilia's follow-up attack that she does on her one skill wouldn't even benefit from this. Because her ult doesn't benefit, and neither does her mass attack. You know? A lot of people, and it's really crazy, a lot of people want a, a lot of people want a,
Don't look at me. I'm not the one you saw on the wanted list.
Psychube that gives like crit rate and then converts crit damage. And then I explained to him like why that's. I have a Regulus. I completely forgot about that. I got Regulus because I lost the 50-50 on Tooth Fairy. And she's not built. I completely forgot I had Regulus. Oh well. Say I only need 24 gold tickets for Sylvie from the store. I plan to pull Jessica. Is it wise choice to get Sylvie this way? Let's see. You need 24 gold tapes. You plan to pull for Jessica. Is it wise choice to get Sylvie this way? I don't have Sylvie about it. I think it is. Because if you end up pulling a 5-star a couple of times that you have max, you'll get a few gold tapes. 24 is not a lot. Depending on how many pulls you need for Jessica, 24 is not a lot. Like I say that's the way to go. Because otherwise you're having to depend on losing a 50-50 or like getting the character on the banner. 24 is not a lot. Absolutely. If you're only 24 away, get her that way. Like, absolutely. I would. If I were in your same spot, I'd be like, so I do a couple more summons and I can get the Sotheby to now maximize my Jessica. Right? That's just me. Like, honestly. I'd do it. Like, seriously. What do I do here? Do this? Yeah, but it's a damage dealt. Wow, my account's not... Well, I have to level up my Regulus because I do not have a star account. Ah, interesting. Yeah, my account does not like star. Huh.
Let's go where trees and grass grow.
Did the show begin? Excellent. Get ready to step onto the stage. Easy, lad. Copy that. Ha!
Yeah, I think very, very early, I think it was with Toxapex, he was asking about the crit, and I believe it's in stage only.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Wonder Talisman, scientific version. Foolish.
Bad damage.
Copy that.
Yo, what's good? What's good, peeps?
Nowhere.
Let the show begin.
Come back to me. Face. Don't resist.
Illusion is nothing. This shall be my
So what y'all saying is Charlie got a lot. It seems a lot of you were using your Charlies. They're saying y'all Charlies was feeling good out here
ending is destined.
in this Limbo rotation. Yeah. So it sounds like.
梗係我捉你，唔係你捉我啊！
Need to claim all right here. What did she tell me to do? Really need team loadouts. Really need team loadouts. Be helpful.
All right, just one thing. I will be home.
Let's have a party then! Wow. So many things
Take it
I haven't
easy.
seen.
My child, here's something fun for you.
Ah, it seems to be mixed up. It should be fine, right?
The puppy
Yeah,
agreed
no,
with your
Dirk,
decision.
take it easy.
Hey, free. Try for free.
Bodyguard! Where are the
Bloody
bodyguards?
cross.
I know what this is.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
Shiro, I have a question. So like, because I see that like you're countering what I've just been silently reading. So you're like, you're saying that like the damage calculator can't account for like tuning
This
damage.
is the gift.
But like, isn't it kind of hard to like? Are you saying that like there's no point for damage calculator because like it's kind of hard to account for how anything would work if you're using first melody because you can kind of change
Tyson won't give up his friend.
things. But if you're trying to get like a usual like roundabout guesstimate of how much a character can do, I think a damage calculator is fine. But like in the course of a battle, like I think even when people do like damage calculations for like how much a character would do, like the tunings like give you infinite possibilities. Like right? Like
Don't look at me.
I think if I wanted to know, because I did the calculations with him, and it gave me a good insight of how much the character would do in these situations. But like obviously if I were using tunings, things would be different. But I don't know.
Please.
Yo, look at this team right here. This is the perfect squad, bro. Nothing's beating that team. And then we're just gonna throw in the lead.
Neoscience exorcism others. Action! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh man, my Charlie's only res 5. I haven't leveled into her. Now that I have Regulus though, I should level up my Charlie. But like, I don't know. I have Regulus. I really don't think I will yet.
Don't look at me! I'm not the one you saw on the wanted list.
But anyways, let's... We should just beat those things.
Lend as you wish. Dance till the dawn.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Odor, fame.
Yo.
Annoying bugs. Annoying bugs.
It's the guy.
Illusion is nothing. This shall be my only act. Thy ending is destined. It's not a sense of limbo. Let the show begin.
Still beat this round.
Foolish.
Don't touch me. Lend my ear.
You play Regulus and Charlie. If you ult and attack, you lose dodge, and Charlie gets a free hit.
This shall be my only act. Thy ending is destined.
Oh, you're saying I can use my like Regulus? Oh. Well, my Regulus isn't built, so like, I really don't want to use it. It's like she's not built at all. I just got Regulus like when I got my Tooth Fairy. So I obviously wasn't gonna build my Regulus with like getting. I just have a lot of characters to build, and then like in less than a week, I still have to farm for my. So I have to do a little farming for my Jessica because I used her mats to level up my Druvis. So, but I have almost like everything, kind of, in a way. Yeah. I think, Drew, the only person who can override it right now, her crit defense one, is 6. 6 does a 30% crit defense debuff, and he's the only character I can think of who can override her. Is that an ant or something?
Please, don't resist.
Yeah, I have everybody to build. At this point, I just have a lot of options. Just have too much going on, you know what I'm saying?
It's always good to have you here, no matter if you found a bargain or suffered a loss.
The puppy is delighted by your visit. He is about...
Anyone offer your seat to the senior?
Twins, yeah, twins can too. No, it doesn't do like an additive or multiplicative thing. It just straight up overrides. A lot of gacha games do overrides instead of like combining them, like as an additive effect.
Agreed with your decision.
Hey!
Restart debuff over a 6-star. Well, you have to think about, is Twin Sleep better than using 6? Like, you have to really think about that.
Typhon won't give up his
Fine
friend.
handbag for
Neither
only
will
3,000
Psychube.
Cape aunties. Try for free. Try for free.
Can you use Bjorn, Sothe, and Druvis?
Bloody the ocean dried.
If you're not trying to maximize the petrification, then yeah. If you're just trying to use Druvis for damage, but they don't. But because Bjorn and Sotheby do reality damage, they'll cancel the petrification on Druvis. Honestly, so it wouldn't be the best option.
You should not make an enemy of the earth. Penetrate. Penetrate.
It's crazy how much Moxie she's done in one turn. She's at 5. Wow. Then the auto is gonna have her kill.
The red easy. Watching you. I weave the
They combine buffs like debuffs. Calculations would be crazy in these games. Yeah, that's why starter units have special unique buffs that don't override general buffs. Yeah, that's what they're starting to do now. They have special buffs to combine them together.
Handle it gently.
I really need to I3 my Eternity so she can do a lot better.
No need to look back.
Hey. Bloody
Good
Trump.
timing.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
Wow, that was good damage.
Take it easy.
That was actually really solid damage.
Penetrate. The reticent ones
The puppy
are
agreed with
watching
your
you.
decision.
Go, Pickles, go!
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its maximum speed.
Yeah. Like, there's a real, like, when you have an account and there's really great characters, it's like, man, I wish they would allow me to build all these characters without having limits on the cacophony. Yeah, the cacophony, like,
Don't look at me.
it's annoying. Yeah, like, it's really annoying when you're just like, bro, I could build so many characters, but y'all just won't let me, bro.
Get ready
Like,
to step onto the stage.
come on.
Lend as you wish. Dance till the dawning.
Oh yeah, healer Pickles is a thing. Wait, no.
Lend as you
Wish you could reset units to get their mats back. I think that, like, what games? Like, Nikkei has that, but like, Nikkei and R99 are two different types of games. Like, idle games have it, and idle games are different types of games.
Breathe.
Like, not many other games have, like, resetting characters. Cause, like, I think it, like, kind of, I don't know, I think it's just not something that they, like, kind of want. I don't think.
touch me as you wish.
I'm trying to think, like, if I had, it would make spenders spend less money since you can buy, like, certain things from the shops if you could reset characters. Like, if I could reset characters, you would only level up 4 characters, and then everybody else you would just reset. You wouldn't need to worry about stuff. And then therefore you would play less, kind of.
Annoying bugs.
It is something that doesn't happen in GOT, really. Yeah, since it's your decision at the end of the day. Yeah, like, it's your decision to upgrade that character. Like, you could have absolutely not upgraded that character. And I think because, like, and it becomes of, like, what you needed to do on your account. But it's like, I think it just depends on the type of player you are. I think it's something that, yes, I would want to have because I have a lot of characters, but like I also don't want to have to go through the trouble of resetting characters and then re-upgrading them all the time. Because eventually I would just want them to just be leveled. I think the only time it would work where it's like, I think the only time like I would really use it is if I'm just like, there's a new character out and I just want to max him out day 1 to show and test for a video. But like, I don't know, it just depends. Well, yeah, Obi, that's what I was saying. Like, I would still end up leveling up characters, like, just normally. What does Ezra do? In a nutshell, Ezra gives crit damage. Ezra gives a crit damage buff and then can give extra Moxie and Eureka stacks. We just don't know the values. In this case, BP will be useless. Because of how many like healers there are. Like with 1.2, you don't really need Balloon Party. Yeah, kinda. Like, since most free-to-play players have a lot of healers, you were given, yeah, it would make trying to pull for a Balloon Party because you're already given a DK. Some of you probably already started with Sotheby, and then you pulled for Tooth Fairy. So like that's like a couple healers right there. Well, yeah, we knew he would be a buffer. We just didn't know like what type of buffer he would be. There was no way that Ezra wasn't going to be a buffer. I just didn't know the type of buffer. Yeah, some people also have Med Pocket too, which I don't think I don't think people like Med Pocket, but I think Med Pocket is actually really good. Like, because you know, because like Tooth Fairy gets so much value, but I'm just like bro, Med Pocket's amazing.
The puppy wishes to come along.
Yeah, we talked about that on the podcast. I love Crit Pocket. About how a lot of people want more of the game. And people... It's a 50-50 thing. Because like I don't think people like that they feel they spend 10 minutes on the game and they're done. But then there's also people who are like, well, I also don't want to spend hours on the game to have my stuff done. But it's like, I mean, that's just not how gachas work. Like, gachas aren't like console games in a sense where they're going to have content that, you know, you can simply do without like having, you know, some sort of time to it related. Yeah. Because like I said... Because like I even said on the podcast, I was like, who do you satisfy? The people who want to play for maximum amount of hours and are like min-maxers? Or do you satisfy the casual person who can log in for a like short amount of time and have everything they need done? Like, which goes further? Yeah, because most people in the eastern part of the world, they're playing their gacha games in between work, and the reason why they love spending in games is because, like, if they can't spend all day in the game by farming and stuff like that, I can just buy what I want, right? Like, a lot of people who like work and do everything, they're just like, oh, I can't spend 100 hours, so I'll spend $100, right? Because that's time. Time is money to people, and like why? Like, you have to think, like, a lot of gacha players are working people. Why spend all of this time doing everything if I could just throw $100 and be done? Yeah, a console game, like what's crazy is that in the Eastern world, from a lot of the people I've talked to over there, they don't have consoles. They just have a computer or a mobile phone to game. They don't have consoles. Consoles take up a lot of time, and I think people in the western side of the world want more of these games to be similar to their console games when, like, I mean, they just aren't. Like, a lot of people just don't have consoles over there. Well, but that's the thing. Phones are able to hold more memory, though. Like, this phone right here has... I have 500 gigs on. So, like, if you put more money into your phone, you can now play tons of games. You can play stuff like Genshin. Like, a 30 gig game doesn't bother me. Yeah, in Japan, they still use PSPs. Yeah, they use a lot more handheld stuff. You know? Maybe I'm used to 60... Yeah, like, a 64 gigabyte phone is like, well, you're not really focusing on your phone, right? Like, your phone isn't everything. In Vietnam, your birth country, you can get a Switch, but its games are inexpensive. Yeah. People would rather spend on mobile than a $60 game? Yeah. Bring back microSD. Well, I think a reason why they took those away, if you remember, so... But see, Kenobi, they have added one more game mode, though. They added raids. So, like, if you think about it, every patch, they've added new content. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, in a way. They've added new things for us. Like, you're getting raids at 1.4, and then they added, like... They actually added 2 new things. Because they added the thing for the Psychubes that you can do, like the rounds. And then they had raids. A lot of people in the Asian world work ridiculous hours. They just don't have time to sit down and play. This is very true. They don't. They really don't. But yeah, the micro SDs, like, they're so cheap now because they aren't needed. Then it's like, they aren't really needed, micro SD cards. And for the phone companies, like, why would I let you get a 256 gigabyte micro SD card for like $50 when I could sell you the phone with that memory for like $200 more? You know? Gerald, I honestly can't find that mode. Somebody was asking me and I haven't found it. What am I supposed to do, star? I can't remember where it was at. I have to look at the patch notes. I literally forgot where to find it. It's like a skill issue, but like I forgot where it was at. But yeah, with them adding raids, and it doesn't use energy, like I think that's good content, because if you're a min-maxer, now you can sit there and like test your teams and do everything. Does it matter by doing it over and over again? No, but if you're wanting to just do something to test your damage and see different situations, then you can do that if you want. It's annoying, but it's the business. Many older phones still have micro SD in some brands. Yeah, but me as a consumer, I'm not buying older phones. I'm constantly upgrading. Like this Galaxy Fold. But like also though, to Kenobi's point, if you're a casual player who will never look at a video, because like I think, because we talked about this on the podcast too, of like there is more casual players, and you're looking at the game and you have no idea what CN is, right? You'll never look at a video for CN because you'll typically probably just not pay attention. You don't see the future. The game hasn't put out a roadmap, because then there's like, well, there's all these content creators who are just kind of showing what's new, but they don't have a roadmap, so you probably don't know what's actually coming to the game. Sony still keeps both the audio jack and micro SD card slots on their phones. I mean, yeah, but they're also not the best phones in terms of popularity. They're not the most popular phones. So like you know, I'm not saying they're bad phones, but like the more popular phones, like definitely are following a trend. Would it be too much to ask for Limbo to reset once a week? But then like, are you also asking for them to give like those same rewards though, instead of it being every 2 weeks? Because like that would, like, I feel like they would just lessen the rewards and then let you have resetting Limbo versus like now you're having to do it 4 times a week versus 4 times a month versus trying to do it 2 times a week. Like, would you mind getting less rewards for having more Limbo? Yeah, Lilia is still great. Because I couldn't see them giving 2,400 like gems per month. Yeah, like 600 clear drops a week doesn't sound like something they would do. That doesn't sound like something they would do. Like, that's a little too generous. Afterwards would be fine with me, but see, like, I think that's just because like some of you spend more like. I think that's because some of you are like min-max. Like, think of the casual person here. Like, I think you gotta think about the casual person here. The casual player, I'm pretty sure, likes that they can take 2 weeks to beat Limbo versus having to take only a week. Like, not everybody has the same time. Like, see, this is where I'm saying, like, what is better for a company? To benefit the min-maxers who spend more time and can beat Limbo first day? Or for the casual person who can't play as much? Like, you gotta really think about that. There is a still huge amount of player base who can't beat Limbo. And you can't say, well, that's their fault for not doing research. Bro, ain't nobody finna be doing the amount of research and stuff that y'all spend. Like, even those of you who've been on this live stream, watching a live stream to get information for like 3 hours is not what the casual person is doing. Right? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, new players. Y'all gotta think about as a business. Like who they have to cater to. Like, they have to balance the game. Casual players ain't watching me live stream. Casual players aren't watching my videos like that. Casual players aren't looking up comps, aren't looking up stuff like that. There's a lot of people struggling. Yeah, casuals win. Like sorry to say, it is way better to benefit a casual than to benefit a min-maxer. Like, for a company, it's way better to benefit a casual. It's always been that. Because like I could even see for me getting annoyed, like having to do Limbo like every week. Like, ugh, I feel like, gosh, I have to do my Limbo. I think hardcore players generate and support the content that casual players consume to understand the game better. You need to support both sides to keep the game healthy. But if you're a hardcore player, you're gonna play the game either way, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a hardcore player and you love the game that much, you're gonna spend your money and you're gonna play it either way. If you're a casual player, I've seen casual players just spend money because they like the game and they can like play it and complete their content and they'll log in and stuff like that. But once the game starts getting to where they have to do a lot, then they end up like falling off. A hardcore player is not going to really fall off. Like think about Genshin players. Think about Genshin players. There's hardcore Genshin players. They're going to play Genshin regardless if there's in-game content or not. Because like they're already dedicated to Genshin. But a casual Genshin player likes the fact that I can play Genshin at any time, and like if I get if I get too busy, I can come back. They even have returner rewards and like all of that stuff. If I'm a hardcore player with nothing to do, I will quit. Well, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. But if you quit, there's still more casuals than there are hardcore. Like, this is just what it is. Like they're not marketing to you. Like those games just aren't marketing to you. And I'm not like trying to be a dick, but I'm just like thinking about like just for a business. I'm not marketing to hardcore players. I'm marketing to the new people that come. Like the player who's hardcore, who logs in every single day and maximizes everything like that. Bro, there's like such a small percentage of those people. It doesn't matter. There's people who are playing Genshin who still haven't 36-star Spiral Abyss. Most whales are casuals as well. Yep. I spent money in Genshin and I still wasn't a hardcore player. Yeah, they need to add friends list. Yeah, you're talking about friends list. Because like I even look at it like this. There's millions of there's millions of players for R99, but like as of content creators, like most of those players aren't watching all of the content creators' videos. Even with Steam Bun like getting his crazy amount of like views on his videos, like he's like just popping off. Like none of us are hitting over 100,000 on our videos, like just casually. Like every now and then one of their videos will hit, especially with the popularity of the game. But there's like millions of players who just don't look up information like that. Like there's just more casuals, bro. That's just what it is. And I'm not saying they should never look at hardcore players, but like that's what they that's what they put the raids out for, right? The raids is a perfect example of here's something for min-maxers to where you can get triple S. And you can get those rewards, you can show off your damage and post it. If you're a casual, hey bro, the best rewards are like right here in the middle. That's all you have to do. Like, that's just how like that kind of went. Like with the raids, it's like if you just want to get the rewards as a casual, you can absolutely do that. Absolutely. But on the friends list thing, I did mention that on the live stream on the podcast. I was like, what keeps people in the game is the social interactions, like keeps them from like willing to quit. And there's no social in this game, so yeah, like the friends list, literally, like I said on the podcast, I was like, literally the only thing I could do on my friends list is see that someone has characters and just be like, oh, look at your wilderness. I just be like, oh, look, here's your top characters, and I can see how many characters you have, and then just be like, oh, you have a cool wilderness. Like that's it. Yeah, Joseph, that works for everyone. Like they did the raids in a smart way. There's no clear drops at the top, and the gold material is at A. That was the best thing they could do. And it's infinite. You can do it an infinite amount of times. There's an accumulative, there's a there's a ranking reward and then a cumulative damage reward. So like you get rewards either way. I think they did really good on that.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
What? Because I told this to, because when I was talking to Kaki, like, I understand, like he said, the game is really easy. And when I made my points, he was like, yeah, that's a good point. But we can all agree the game is easy. But like, also, like, look at most of us. Like, how many of you have played, like, probably 5 to, like, 6+ gacha games? Versus, like, for some people, Reverse 99 was maybe their first. Because there's that also different. There's also those different type of players. Like, how many of you, like, have played, like, a serious number of gacha games? Or you're, like... Or, you know, when they do those surveys, you've played a ridiculous amount of, like, turn-based RPGs or, like, other games to where, like, you aren't a casual, like, player. Like, you've been playing these type of games. Like, so, when it comes to content that's easy, obviously, there's still a large amount of the, like, the player base to where it's not. Okay, so you're one person. You've only played 3 gacha games in the last 8 years. How many RPGs have you played? This is true. The game is not even a year old. So there's still a lot to be added.
Don't be so hard.
Just lost this. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
My child, here's something fun for you.
Where am I? Shin Megami Tensei 3 gamers. But man, I've played well over 10 gachas in the last 3 years, I believe. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, they haven't played many gachas. You can't even inspect your friends' like Arcanist builds, etc. I mean, the game I think is fairly easy in terms of understanding it. In my opinion, the devs just need to do more, to explain more. I think if I didn't know, like, okay, so if I think the only reason why I can stay positive is because I play CN. So I will say, like, my perspective is a little skewed. Like, if I didn't know anything about CN, I would just be like, yo, this is like this is a good side game, but I'm like, yo, they need to add more. And I think the only reason why I'm just like, well, I mean, they are adding content is because I see what's in CN. But, like, also, like, some of that content is, like, far away. And so, like, to be fair, like, I completely understand. Lots of people, Genshin is their first. Yeah. And I think, like, even with Genshin, people, like, argue there's nothing to do. But, like, what Genshin also has the benefit of is they do have the co-op, and they also have an open world, so you can waste your time doing a lot. So, like, it's like min-maxers say there's nothing to do in the game, while casuals are running around with their friends in the open world having the grandest of time. Yeah, that's how I feel about Blue Archive Gold. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Blue Archive. Now, Blue Archive has gotten great. Like, I used to do content for Blue Archive. Genshin has skewed future gacha players' view on gacha in general, though. Yeah, I talked about that, and I think Genshin has also, like, changed people's thoughts of gacha. But Blue Archive has made a serious amount of updates, and they're over a year old. But when it came out, I mean, there was stages to do, but there wasn't anything to use your there wasn't anything to use your friends for until it came to raids. Because I remember before they added where you can borrow your friend's unit in raids, the clubs had like, the only usage for a club was to get 10 energy, which, by the way, 10 energy is like really nothing. And that was kind of it. Like, they had clubs, but like, there was a game where you actually had the clubs, but you couldn't really use it for anything until they put out the raids and the what's the new mode? What's the other mode? It's raids and something else. Whoever plays Blue Archive, please help me. Is Blue Archive Global's in the same boat as 19? Yeah. I can't. But Blue Archive is like super far ahead. You get that insight and everything like that. Let's see. What did? It's also kind of prudent of them to not have their game take up too much time, since anyone in the industries understands that people tend to play more than one gacha game. Yeah, that is quite true, Shiro. Like, if the game takes up too much time, it now becomes annoying because, like, you want to know a game? Joint firing drill. Thank you for that. You want to know a game that took up a lot of my time that I could play every day, and take aside how good or bad or this gacha is. Final Fantasy Ever Crisis. Final Fantasy Ever Crisis was a game I could literally play all day. With the amount of stam they had, the stam pots, and everything between the dungeons and everything like that, I could play that game literally all day. And I was just like, bro, this is just too much. Because I was like, it was right before I was making content for R99. And when one of my buddies, I was trying to play with him, I was like, bro, I can't play this game and R99, bro. Like, this game just does too much. And I ended up, like, having to drop the game. It's like, I was just like, this is too much, man. I can't do it. Can't imagine sitting on my phone for 24 hours. Like, exactly, bro. Like, that game had, like, just too much.
What's this? What's that?
And so, like, that's where I could argue a game that has, like just too much going on, like, it just gets annoying. And, like, for those of you who are, like, wondering, I did check out the 1.6, and I will probably, some days mix into my stream some Honkai Star Rail. Because since we're getting a free character, and the 1.6 updates are getting pretty interesting, I was thinking of, like, hopping back onto my account and playing a little bit of HSR. Not making content for it, but just, like, having fun and playing it when I'm not sure what I want to do in reverse. I like that R99 has a PC client. Wish more games did that. Yeah. I remember the days where we had to leave the phone running for hours to farm in gacha. Bro. I had to do that for Pokemon. What's the Pokemon game? It's EX? Pokemon Masters. Pokemon Masters. So, Pokemon Masters, I literally was leaving my phone on with the click, the automated click. That way I could farm all day, because, like, I had so much stamina and I was farming for gear. I had to leave it on all day, pretty much, and take up my phone, because I could play it all day to farm. But also, like, typically those games that, like, you farm all day, because they give you so much, like, energy, it takes forever to get your gear as well. Like, in those games where, like, I end up taking forever to get my stuff. It ends up being very annoying. I'm not saying every game does that, but, like, a lot of games do that. I kinda dislike it.
I know what this is. Typhon won't give up his
Yep. Epic 7 when you're farming Wyvern, you spend so much time farming Wyvern or an event stage, bro. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, you deserve it. What's that?
Take it easy. Bloody prom.
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Psychube.
Pokemon Go is also takes up a lot of time in terms of a mobile game. Pokemon Go does take up a lot of time. But, you know, it's not exactly a gacha. Well, not even exactly. It's not.
Oh, you deserve it.
Handle it gently.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Also, another thing is how long they update the story. They update at 1.4, which is around 6 months before the game launches. Well,
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Sotheby.
they give you updated story with the events, which is in a way what also Genshin does. Genshin gives you like a new story to worry about like every 6 weeks, with like an event or something like that. So they don't really have to update the main story like all the time. Like, because other games, it usually takes like a big update for that to happen as well.
What's this?
Take it easy.
The ingredient store owner said it was very effective.
When you have more commitments in life, you really appreciate the games that are quick sessions. Yeah. That's why this new gen of gacha players are different. You haven't experienced being forced to play for hours. Oh, bro, yeah. Those older games, like, bro, you play like so much, bro. It's dumb. Like, I don't like for even me, like the people who want more time out of like R99, like even though like I'm full-time R99, I don't want it to become like overwhelming and have like a weekly resetting Limbo. Like that's just too much. It's too much. Like, cause like, bro, there's people who play like multiple accounts. You know, people who really love the game, they play multiple accounts, bro. That's just too much.
My child, here's something fun for you.
It's gonna break. It's gonna break. It seems to be mixed up.
Ah, that's where I gave her multiple stacks. Like I said, they give you new stuff in events. So in their eyes, that's like story. So, depends on how you look at it. Also, if you're on the live stream, could you please like the stream? I would really appreciate it.
It's gonna break. There's my water. Oh, Larry, what's he got?
Alright, I need to beat it this round. I need to do 9k. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do 9k. Because if I hit her one more time, she's gonna
Would you buy me a drink?
be immune to it. Pretty sure.
Hey.
Oh my god.
It's gonna break. It's gonna break.
Just like the prophecies
did it.
of the woods. This
I like Honor 9 because it doesn't take time. Yeah, again, I think the people are split on it. I think, like I said, I think it's really split to where, again, the question is, oh, quick line. The question is, who do you please? Hardcore players who get bored and are gonna, like, the hardcore players who get bored because they, like, play it a lot and because what's crazy is a lot of the hardcore players who play it a lot and play it for hours are typically free-to-play players anyways. And they don't benefit the game as much. Whereas usually spenders are a little bit more casual than min-maxers. And I know it hurts to say that free-to-play players don't benefit a game as much. I mean, that's just a true statement. Like, they know free-to-play players are there, but, like, you know, they also know like who's really giving them money. Because like, I think for people like my girlfriend doesn't really care about min-maxing. My girlfriend doesn't really care about what's best to use. She likes the characters that she likes. She loves the story. And she'll absolutely spend on a character that she loves and spend on like the cute characters and stuff. Like a player like that will go a lot further. Like who appreciates the game for like the, you know, the story, the characters, who gets into the like lore, who gets into everything like that. They'll like absolutely like love the game for like how the game is. Like my girlfriend loves Genshin. She does not min-max at Genshin, but she'll pull the characters she likes. So.
Did the show begin?
Not free play players are literally leeches. The Whales of Dolphins. The Whales of Dolphins keep the game afloat. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, not dissing, but especially in pure single player experience like R99, there's no reason for them to keep free to plays around since there's no PvP for whales to conquer. Low spenders also contribute though. This is true. This is true. Low spenders add up. The $5 like battle pass players, if you do it consistently, that adds up. Y'all do add up. There's a lot of you. There's a lot of you monthly pass, battle pass players. That adds up. But like, you know, they're accounting for that. They're accounting for people who are like gonna buy skins, right? Who are gonna buy the battle pass and monthly, and you're that type, right? They know that. Like you matter. You have 10 days with nothing to do but auto battle for resources. I think there's a middle ground between 10 minutes per day and 6 hours per day. Everybody. But what would you like? But what would you want though? Because like, like, cause like again, it depends on the type of person you are. Cause like for some people, like so when I played Artery Gear was a game that had events every 2 weeks. There was an event every 2 weeks to where you never had a break to just chill. It was constant content every 2 weeks. This event ended, here's a new event. Then there's a special story event. Then there's extra stuff like that. And like the game didn't even allow you to like, I don't know, like kind of just like live and just take a break. The game could take a playbook from Blue Archive. Well, like they do though, in a way. They just do it over the course of the 6-week patch. Because when the new patch, again, this is me using CN to give my answers. But when you get, because again, the game is only out for in global 2 months, right? We're at 2 months in global. So you gotta let the game cook. But in the event you have the puzzle. In the events you have the puzzle things. In the events you have your story stages. You have your hard stages. Because there's 2 different puzzle things like per first and second half of a pack. First half of an event and second half of an event. There's like 2 different stages you do. And then once they add raids, there's gonna be raids there's gonna be 3 separate raids that you do during a patch, and then there will be Utu that you'll also do with the special stages of Utu included. But how many people, but Joseph, how many people do you think can auto the game? Because I think it's a more of a personal thing for you. How many people do you think can actually auto? How many people do you think can do what I'm doing where I'm just autoing Limbo? Like, I don't think people being able to auto everything is really a thing like that most people can do. But when we look at Well, I'm a day one player and I can't. I'm talking about farming stages. Everyone can auto farming stages. Well, yeah, like there's farming stages, but I'm talking about like there's also content that you actually like play. If you're talking about autoing farming stages, like you want that, like you want farming stages that you auto, but like all the other content isn't exactly like, you know, auto stages.
Speak.
But see, you say there's nothing to do for the next 10 days, but not everybody can beat Limbo on the first day. Not everybody can do that. There's people who are going to be still struggling for the Limbo, so they like their time is still going to be taken up, right? Like, so like with those like that time in Limbo before the like next character or whatever stage comes out, now they can focus themselves in Limbo. But so what the game is going to have in the future, now this comes out in 1.4. Yes, it's going to be a while. But when the patch comes out after a few days doing the event, then you're going to have in a couple days, you're going to have a raid. And then the raids are going to open up every like 9 days, a new raid to do, right? The third raid is going to come out with a new character, which this is about to reset. So I got to make sure that I have everything. Took that much time to do Limbo? Hey bro, there's people who can't beat Limbo in 2 weeks. You have to think about the casual players. Like I think some of you fail to realize that there's casual players who don't do research, who don't look up stuff, and they can't beat Limbo that quickly. Like, there's people who struggle in this game, I promise you. There are lots of people who struggle in this game. But anyways, so you're gonna have in events. So in events, you're gonna have your event stages. You're gonna have your hard mode that will come out as well. You're gonna have your hard mode that's gonna come out as well, right? So that's another piece of content to do. Then also you have your, which I need to do this. You have like your tutorial stages to do, which I haven't even completed everything here. But you have tutorial stages to do. You have, God. You have like this stuff to complete to get and like maximize, right? You have to like level like this up. And then there's the second half of the event, which is gonna have like Utu as well, right? So like then in a couple days we're gonna get Utu, and then we'll have like this raid. So like in the event total, this is just the event. You're gonna have normal stages, hard stages, exercise stuff to do, raids, and Utu with the puzzle modes and stuff like that. Like that's a lot. With also still farming for your characters, you know, doing that content, doing your Psychube stages. In 1.4, they also added these story stages to do. You have Limbo that you have to complete depending on the level of player that you are. Like, so you need to have like your, you know, characters built, which I still got to finish my Limbo. And then they also added the 5-star Psychube stages that you do. So you can farm those to get up to 10,000 points. You get your 5-star gluttony. So like, bro, like there's already like content in the game, and like the only reason why like I'm beating to this content is because like I have like a lot of characters. Like for a casual player, like there's already a lot, bro. Like there's already a lot. Like I'm just saying. Hold on, let me get the baby. I also, thank you guys for patiently waiting. There's also another thing I kind of just thought of in terms of the playtime. Let me see if I can look it up just based off of my YouTube account and my audience. So let's look here. This is my YouTube account. This is off of the last 28 days. So I have a little bit more players who are 25 to 34 and 18 to 24. So when it comes to a gacha game, and this is just me kind of guesstimating, people who are 25 to 34 most likely have either started families, started their career, or something like that, right? So we have less time, typically, than an 18 to 24-year-old. 18 to 24-year-old is getting out of high school and is typically, averagely, working a part-time job or something like that, going or not working at all and going to school, or doing something like that, right? Income-wise, this group of people will most likely have more disposable income than this group of people. So if this group of people have less time and also have more disposable income, I'd probably cater to this group of people than this group of people. Because when I was between ages 18 and 24, I did not have disposable income like that. I was a broke college kid. I just was. But like, for most people here, they most likely have a little bit more money. Oh, there's no reason real? Well, I mean, like, this is... Most of the people who watch my content are all R99 people. So, this isn't real numbers, but, like, this is just my... Like, the people who I'm looking at. It's just one of the several examples that I have. Do you think the senior version of the game right now has too much stuff to do every week? I think it's like if you're a new player, it's just I could see that, because if you just join the game now, you're like, like for a new player to join, it probably does feel like a lot more content, because you're like, all right, I gotta play through the story, like, and then there's like this thing going on right here, then I have these like event stages, and then I have to still farm my sharp, I have to build up to get to this, and I have to farm this to upgrade my characters, and then I don't know, and then a new player is like, I don't even know what this stuff is that I have to complete and get done, that has like a time limit on it. So like I could see, it depends on like where you're at, like to how much it is for you. Cause I mean there's a lot like more for sure. A lot of SEA players. Just a second. Yeah, I get a lot of love from SEA players. Best way of playing, having a lot of content, is playing the games a few years after launch. Yeah.
This body is a representation of justice. Laziness is not permitted.
Y'all in this DK skin. Let's see what we're gonna talk about.
Silence.
Also, I mean, like, with almost every other gacha I play, there's gear farming, so they you know, you could always add gear farming to give you more to do. Add a little bit more stamina, now you have to farm gear also.
Anyone offer your seat to the seniors? Take it easy, handle it gently. My child, here's something fun for you.
I tripled the ingredients this time.
Take it easy.
So all the games I can think. Don't put the evil. Nah, bro. Y'all want to play the game longer? Y'all want to play the game longer? All right, fine. We'll give you some more stam, and you can farm gear now. There you go. There you go. Yeah, randomized stats and gear farm. You want to play the game long? You want to play it all day? There you go.
Don't be so hard.
And then you'll never get your character's max potential.
What's this?
Take it easy.
It seems to be mixed up.
A little bit.
You can't add two. You can't. But see, like, you have to have a balance of challenging content, though. You have to have a balance. Because, like,
Bloody sauce.
What's that?
how do you balance that, though? Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi. How do you balance that? How do you add more, like, the people who are wanting more challenging content, what type of player are you? Are you a free-to-play player who's researching everything and you're looking into the crystal ball of CN, so you're, like, super uber prepared, right? And so then, like, you always like, and then so now if they add more challenging content, like, if it's too challenging and you can't beat it, like I mean, that, like how hard do we want it to be? Because like with my thought, I'm assuming most of the hardcore players who want more challenging content are typically free to play. Because if you spend, you then can't ask for challenging content if you spend money, because spending money makes the game easier in a way. They added gear, stuff like that, but yeah, well, yeah, that's why, like, the game doesn't fit with gear. You want to play the game every week? CN has that, Global doesn't. But the game's only been out for 2 months, though. So, like, do you think the game, like, would you not, like, the game's only been out on the global side for, like, 2 months. Not even.
No need to look back.
It's almost 2 months.
No need to look back.
Each moment, now night.
I know we're about to lose this. I'm not doing it right. Exactly. Because, like, yeah, like, because then the challenge, if the challenge comes from summoning a specific character, then people won't like that. Like, and, you know, that turns people off as well. Where did that Druvis come from? I've been had my Druvis. Been had my Druvis. Okay, I'm gonna have to manually do this.
What is easy? It seems to be mixed up.
It's an I3 Druvis, actually.
Here's something fun for you.
Played mini turn-based gacha, it ends up getting power creep every new unit with new content. Yeah, but so far, like even if you were to say there's power creep, like R99 is hiding it a very good way. Because you can still complete content without needing a specific character. Yes. R99, like even if there is a power creep, they are hiding it very well. You don't need Tooth Fairy to complete content. You don't need 6 to complete content. You don't need 37. Yeah, there's also not PvP, so, you know, there is also that, too.
What's this? Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither would the ingredient store owner said it was very effective. Please believe me.
How dare you?
Yep, there's no Psychube pulling, which is which is great its own way. For sure.
Handle it gently.
I know them all, and this is an alien.
Yo, what's good? What's good?
Bloody prom.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
What's good, Victor?
Don't be so hard.
Power creep means you can't tackle certain content without it being a headache or almost impossible to do. Yeah. There's nothing in the game that puts you at a point where you can't complete that content with the standard characters.
Flying handbag for only 3,000 flippin' The ocean dry.
See, in that same point where it's like, well, Tooth Fairy makes the game easy, but does that mean that you can't beat it without Tooth Fairy? That's power creep.
Moment, now night.
I have to look. What content, Tinley? Like what's that? Like the story? I haven't even beat this one on hard. I know there was Limbo. Site 2. Check Limbo. Or Raids.
The flames of
Eh,
injustice
check
are yet to
Limbo.
burn at the stake on rainy days.
I did see it in Site 3 somewhere. Insight 3 level 10 on level 5 on stage 5, so probably stage 6. Yeah, so Insight 3 level 10 is what they recommend here. And the next stage is definitely probably higher. forgot how to. Oh, wrong.
What's that? What's this?
Would you buy me a drink?
The ingredients store owner said it was very effective.
Yeah.
Please believe me.
So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
Spirit characters? Yeah. I just don't know when they'll launch those spirit characters, but I do think they're gonna add more spirit characters.
Take it easy.
I don't want to attack with Eternity.
The puppy agreed with your decision. The puppy agreed
take
with
her
your
out.
decision.
1.6, Insight 4? Nah, they don't need to add any more insights. Did I really not take this unit out? It's annoying.
Handle it gently. Take it easy. Try for free. Try for free.
I'll admit, like, joining... Jesus, that took me. Joining CN as a new player, it's gonna be hard to beat Limbo, for most people, probably.
You should not make an enemy of the earth.
What's that?
Handle it gently. Bloody prom.
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will
My child, here's something fun for you. The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
CN Limbo is much harder. What's the thing for this stage? Moxie after releasing a one target ult. Oh. Go ahead and catch your fast.
Good timing. Penetrate.
It's alright.
Maybe what if instead of Limbo resetting every week, they just release a new one, just keep up the existing one? There's less time pressure to clear it. Well, I don't have a healer. My Sotheby died because she took extra damage. And I'd have to use my Tooth Fairy on the side. I don't really want to use it. And I don't have an I3 Eternity. And Druvis was just thrown in on the 4th. So, right now, I lack a lot of healers. This is a big issue.
Take it easy. Would you buy
A lot of
me a drink?
healers.
Flying handbag for only 3,000 Corporantes.
In mineral
A little
here.
bit hot here.
Each moment, now night. So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
Bloody prom.
They'll have to just come back and do
Dried
this.
and I'm alone again.
Could probably I3 my Eternity to
How dare you?
complete it, but Jessica comes soon. I still have to farm for Jessica. I was also hoping it would be Plant and I got kind of thrown, thinking it would be. I was completely wrong. Hoping it would be plant to benefit like Jessica, but it's not. So I didn't really build up my mineral feed at all. So it was a little unfortunate. So if I should try the boss and
Handle it gently.
No need to look back.
Try for free. Try for free.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the
yeah, but I never, yeah, I just one round off. Probably just put a little extra. I know that Limbo plant's coming, but it's also coming when they're not launching a plant character. So it's like weird. It's like after you would have already leveled your Jessica, then it's like you can use it. It's like 1.5 is plant, and I think 1.4 as well. Can't remember.
I'm here for a warm tea.
Don't look at me. I'm not the one.
Please, allow me to prepare.
Neuroscience, exorcism, others.
God, this headband is hurting. Oh. Wash my hair.
Only one could stay on the stage.
How's my pickles? He's not. I think he's fully built. He's alright. He could be better.
Let the show begin.
You are endowed using others.
I got him like leveled I2, but like again, I don't have a lot of I3s. I didn't use his materials yet though, so I could level him, but yeah. So I have a lot of characters to level. And I don't like I don't put as much money into the game on global as I do like CN. Because like for the most part, like with global like, you know, I could put more money into like farming like sages and like other things, but like with like how I just did Limbo, like like where I just missed 1 star, that's just like spending a little extra time just farming, and then I'll be completed. So yeah, I'm not really worried about all of that. I literally could just still beat Limbo and complete it. Just like, sure, I might not like max it out first day, but I'll still just come back and do it. But CN, like I literally can't. In CN, I literally can't get to the final stage right now without like completely struggling. Jesus Christ. Okay, thought I could auto this, but like it's not gonna happen.
This shall be my my ending is destined.
Yeah, in CN Limbo, like where I'm at, because I don't have a plant like team. Like it's difficult. I forgot what this boss does. Around starts with 8 stacks of malice spins. If there are 8 stacks of malice, spins them to perform the ultimate amount of malice. Regret spins in the castle to split bot. Round ends and there's no other allies present. Cast the ult, Fonts of Malice, or split bot. So this is like half damage. After takes lethal damage, the other allies are present. It destroys the other parts.
Did the show begin? Excellent. Get ready to step onto the stage.
Oh, this is a 4-man comp? Oh.
Easy, lad.
I didn't even realize.
As you wish.
Relax.
Crickets and fireworks!
Dance till the dawn.
Oh, for this guy? I'd say probably beat the other parts. They add old characters to the standard banner every 3 patches. So we'll see our first new so Pickles and Melania will go to standard banner in 1.4. I've actually been playing global as if I don't know what's coming. I hoard materials and currency and then raise units I can help once I know my current units are lacking. Yeah. Well, like, I mean, seeing, like, if there's a character that you want, you can see how to, like, free-farm, but, like, knowing what characters are coming up, like, if your account's already solid, the new characters really won't bother you. It's, like, it's kind of your decision if you want to, you know, like, level into them, but, like, you know, none of them are super necessary. It's, like, still, like, the kind of common thing. Like, even when Tooth Fairy came out, until Limbo reset, there was nothing to really use Tooth Fairy for. No one can be mad if they operate Tooth Fairy. Yo, Hendrik Dang, thank you for the sub. Well, what I'm hoping for, like, if I'm pulling for Ezra, is I can get a Jessica. I want a Jessica.
It's a top one, boss.
Honestly.
This shall be my only act. Sky-Dye Lily! Thunder Talisman, scientific version! Thy ending is destined!
But I got Tooth Fairy because our banner came out, which is even better than just hoping for a 50-50. Oh, there goes her. I need more damage, and I'm probably not beating this because, like, I'll level up my Resonate, man.
Arcane animals that only come out in the I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't want to level up your Resonate, though. I'd rather use Regulus.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch out, mate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whoa, whoa. Watch out, mate.
Just pull a new Babel. Is she good? It depends on who she asks, but I think she's a solid character. I think she's a solid character.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Either of them I could get I3, like, if I do it. Other than 2 reasons. Turns out they're both crit heavy. Yeah, they're both crit heavy characters. Who do I build up? Crit damage 6-star win? You talking Spathadea? Spathadea is like insane on crit. Who do I I should I3 Charlie. It's less resources. I should I3 Charlie. Let's upgrade Aerodactyl real quick. Get the Aerodactyl mats. And let's get it going. Need one of these, so... Bro, CN has such quality of life. Okay. I'm gonna show you, like, this one simple thing. CN has the quality of life. So you see where I need to upgrade these little Aerodactyl materials? I can click it, and then it shows me the path of what I need and like breaks it down even further. Bro, God, CN has such quality of life. These are the things that are going to be coming to global, but like, Jesus Christ, like when I'm playing both versions and the other one doesn't have it, it's like slightly annoying because I'm just like, come on, global, like just go ahead and add this, bro. Like, yes, like just add it, dog. Like, it's so annoying. It's just so annoying when it's not here, bro. Like, and I know it's like a very picky thing, but it's like, come on, man. Just add it. I need a bunch of these. Yeah, they don't need to wait. Well, well, to be fair, they added auto in 1.2 when it just came to the game in 1.4. So, like, they'll probably add it quicker, right? But still, just one of those things.
There are many arcane animals that
Yeah, it's probably added like next time. Just one of those like slight annoying things. I need to make one of these little golden fleeces. Oh, I can make a golden fleece? Wait a minute. I have 5 of those. Who uses those? Is that my Jessica? Is that my Yehika? No, she uses murmurs. Who uses these? Oh well. Use it for Charlie. Fisher, yes, that's how it scales over. Yeah, 1% crit rate adds to crit damage once you're, you know, once you get over 100%. Also need to add wilderness rarity indicators because I want to swap tiles. I don't know which one to replace for higher. Yeah, I feel you there too.
What has just blown away?
Alright, Charlie.
I'm sorry.
We just need these books. So I need 11. So I do 4 of these to get 8. We'll go from there. Ooh, look at all these math. Look at all this stamina I have. Perfect.
Nothing unexpected. For now. Please, don't
Yeah, I need to work on my wilderness, but like I'm a player who pays, so like I haven't really focused. But I need to do it. I'll sit and do it one day. One day. Oh, did I ever tell y'all? Ooh, Goldsmith added some stuff. So, not for 1.5, but it has been confirmed in the most recent developer broadcast that starting on 1.6, players will be able to generate and share codes for wilderness layouts. So, you'll be able to have wilderness codes that people will be able to, like, use for layouts. I said it before. So, like, if someone, like, if someone is curious, like, if you have all the parts of your, like, wilderness, but you don't want to, like, actually do it, then, like, someone can just give a code. Well, yeah, that's not what I need. Well, I'm not talking for you. I'm just talking for other people who are, like, casual wilderness people. Like, y'all have to think, like... Yeah, you have to think about the people who aren't, like, doing their wilderness. For you people who actually care about your wilderness, like, I'm not talking to you. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I'm talking to the people who don't care about it. Yeah. Some of y'all, like, I'm sorry, but the min-max wilderness people, no, that's not an update for you. It's for the casual. It's back again to the min-maxers versus the casuals. It's an update for casuals, okay? Yo, it's good, Goldsmith. What do I think of Ezra? I think because of the way my account is, Ezra is amazing. I think Ezra is absolutely amazing. I think they did exactly what I thought they were going to do, and not just make a shielder, but give a shielder a bloated kit. You're not their target audience, no. But once I see the values, like, I'll be really excited. I don't know exactly how it'll work. We'll find out in 1.6. But I'm assuming if you have this stuff, obviously it'll fit it. If you're missing some stuff, I don't know how they'll go about that. Like, I don't know if you'll just have missing spots or what. Like, I don't know. Y'all wilderness min-maxers, bro. They're not talking to you. The ways that they can satisfy you is by putting free wilderness stuff in events. And then letting you just buy them without, like, paid currency. Alright, we got I3 Charlie now.
Are you sure you're not making a mistake? Choosing me?
How many of these do I have? Oh, only 3 more. Yeah, only 5 of these, man. Oh, I bought that on CN. I didn't buy that on Global. Man. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. Bro, CN is just... Come on, man. CN is like so much better for a whale, bro. Not a whale, but a spender. Stuff is better, bro. Okay. Let's see.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I have to do 2-3 to farm this. I'll upgrade these. Fragment shop. I'm gonna just buy these out. Is it still logged in? Nah. At this time of the day, he's probably playing right now. Try not to like log in a lot since it's not my account. Or remember, like, I don't even know where. Oh, I can just. Well, I can't log it in, but I can like. If you want to like see the scope of what it is.
The flames of injustice are yet to burn at the stake on rainy days.
This isn't gonna show you the values, but. See here? Yeah. He added more stuff to his wilderness, but like I can assume that his wilderness is pretty crazy. That's all I can say. He has 144 tiles. I just assume his wilderness is crazy. But I don't know exactly his values. So I'd have to wait. But he has like every single event building in here. Like this just came out 1.5. This is all 1.2, 1.1, 1.3, and like 1.4 is like kind of right here. But I don't know his values. Yeah, it's a star. It is a star. All right, Obi-Wan. Up the tile maximum? Well, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that, again, I guess that's like a specific... Oh, let me take out this volume. I didn't even know the music was going on. Can't hear anything. Upping the, like, tile count, like, I don't know. It's like a...
There are many arcane animals.
Maybe if they, like...
come out in the
I don't know, like, if they would do that update. Maybe.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I haven't even maximized mine. I'm such a bad, like, R99 player when it comes to that. People will be asking me questions to be like, yo, Lucky, bro, what's the best way to maximize wilderness? I'm like, dog, I'm not your savior on that. I hate housing systems.
I tried hoping to be this time.
That's why when the thing with the codes comes out, bro, I'm gonna be like, yo, bro, I'm gonna tell people like, yo, share me your codes. Share me your codes so I can maximize my wilderness. I don't realize how big that's gonna be. Like, give me your code. Well, dog, I'm not that guy. Yeah, bro, like, I was like, dog, I'm not that guy. I am not the wildermiser. I am not the wilderness min-maxer.
Just
at
the
all.
prophecies of the
Like, I'm not even
the
ashamed.
scales have already been tipped
Like,
in
I'm
my
not ashamed
direction.
about it at all.
I win today, and so will tomorrow.
Oh, we got a holy silver.
There are many arcane animals that only come out in the rain.
Those codes will help with my lazy ass. It's a lot of effort. Yeah, bro. Like, I'm not gonna, like, do it. I'm lazy, man. I'm so lazy.
I'm
Come
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry.
Alright, so... I just buy high tier buildings, ignore set bonus because you don't have enough space to do it. Yeah. I don't, yeah, I can't give advice on it. Terrible. Yeah, bro, like, when the codes come out,
Arcane animals that only come out in the rain.
when they add that, we'll probably do a wilderness competition. Well, right before they add it. That way no one can steal something. So, like, right before they add it, I'll do a wilderness competition. We'll see who has the best wilderness. And then all, like, the top contenders will be like, alright, now share your codes. Like, all it's gonna be is, like, I'm gonna do the competition to reward the top, like, you know, to reward the top one. And then what it's gonna do is allow me to see who has the best wilderness and be like, alright, bro, show me your code. It's gonna be all a scheme. It's just gonna be a way for me to get your wilderness. Like, you know, I'll be like, oh yeah, bro, here's a battle pass. But what's those wilderness codes though? That's what it's gonna be. Isn't that just a whale contest? Whoever gets voted. Might not be a whale. Whoever gets the highest votes. Could be a free-to-play player. Because it depends on whichever one's more visually appealing. Because, like, I guarantee you, like, there's probably some whales or spenders who aren't decorating their wilderness. Like, I'm pretty sure most of them aren't decorating it if they spend a lot of money in the game. I don't see that, like, correlation. I really don't. Like, do you think a lot of whales in, like, Genshin are like, out here organizing their teapots? You know? Like, I haven't touched my teapot in Genshin at all, for the most part. I just put down the little stuff so I can, like, get my plants. That's it. But ain't nobody organizing their teapots, bro. Yeah, like me. Yeah, bro, like, I don't think spenders are really out here caring about their wilderness.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Whales putting more effort than needed? Nah. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not putting all that effort in. Like, you can't make me, bro. Animal Crossing mode for wilderness? God, talk about people spending countless hours in the game. They could just walk around and talk to other people in their wilderness and, like, show off their... Oh my god, a walking around wilderness mode? People would spend hours. Animal Crossing got, like, huge, like, purchases because of, I forgot what it was called. COVID. Like, Genshin and Animal Crossing went up because of COVID. People had to stay home.
Many arcane animals that only come out in the rain.
Yeah, with all the water, like fish, bro, people would spend countless hours in that. That's how you can give the illusion of, like, just extra stuff. All 6 hours, I wilderness, right? Or just they got the eye for wilderness. I'm like, eh, square goes here, nothing more, nothing less, bro, for real.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't Animal Crossing have a gacha or mobile game now? I have no idea. I'd have to ask my girlfriend. Well, my ex-girlfriend, my fiance. I don't pay attention to it. I gotta get more of those. Okay. I have a lot more, like, I have a lot of mats here because I have an I3 to a lot of characters. I have a lot of mats on global. I just gotta, like, maximize, like, my people. I think Res 8 is fine. I think we're fine for where we're at right now. Charlie.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't have to, like, go too hard into it. Like, yeah, we're Res 8. We're good. We can do crit build. Give me my, see, loadouts. This is the other thing that they have, guys. Like, see? Y'all have seen me talk about it before, but I want to show, for those of you who've never, like, watched my content, like, the Resonate loadouts is also a big thing, especially if you're, like, a min-maxer player. You can name it, and it switches around your Resonate. Huge. Huge update. Quality of life. Come on. I need it. It's a huge update. Yeah. See, bro, like, that's just some of the things, like, I keep showing people, like, bro, there's some quality of life coming to this game. It's the small things. To where it's like, yeah, you know, they could add more, like, content, for sure. But they are really listening to people when it comes to the quality of life. Could this have been things, like, added into the game at the start? Like, yeah, you could argue that, but, like, every game adds quality of life. Because, like, some things just, like, aren't thought about, like, you know, like, all the time. Like, hell, I remember in Remnant 2, they didn't have loadouts at the start of their game, and then they added loadouts. And I was like, oh my god, this is the biggest change ever. Because people love their loadouts, bro. People don't want to have to, like, the team loadouts and all that stuff, bro. That's huge. People love that stuff, man. Alright, now she has a little bit better crit, but, like, putting her with a crit build sucks. Yeah, I think 1.3 will have the big global quality of life updates, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let's see. What are we fighting? I'll just throw this at her.
Did the show begin? Excellent. Get ready to step onto the stage. Copy that.
Lend my ear.
Excuse me.
Let the show begin. Lily.
You are endowed with using others.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Illusion is nothing.
Ooh.
Don't touch me.
Malapert.
Alright, homie got attacked a lot. So we need to counter that. We can honestly just refresh the no.
Lend my ears. You are endowed with using others.
Come back to me.
So how's my day? So far so good. Chilling. Talked about the new characters coming for second half of 1.5. So on Wednesday I'll be doing some pulling. I'm excited for that. New character. I don't have mats for Desert Flannel, but I have the mats for Ezra. So. Yeah.
Let the show easy begin.
You are endowed in amusing others.
She's going pretty good. Just the kit overview. No numbers. We don't know the numbers yet. But he does have a... Jesus. Nice kit.
Lend you my ears.
Relax.
This shall be my only act.
Hey.
Lux gets the moves. Bro, I had to make sure I can get I3 Ezra. Cause like sadly a lot of people love Desert Flannel, but like Desert Flannel is not who everyone like really wants to see. Like y'all want to see Desert Flannel, but I think y'all really want to see Ezra. Like waifu wise, I'll have Desert Flannel on the account. I think that's definitely what y'all want to see, but you know, the boobas can only take you so far.
No worries, relax. We need some peaceful moments.
You gotta I2. But I can just show, but I can also just go to the skin page and show that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of that can just be shown at, by just acquiring.
Foolish.
No. Only cleanses. If her ult could heal, that would be a little much.
As you wish. Lend you my
No.
as you wish.
Breathe.
Question about a comp. Tenant and Necro can't sustain a team by themselves. What if you use them together? They also provide massive damage buffs as well. It's a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Hey, stop being logical in a gacha game. We pull for... Oh god, we pull for our PNGs.
As you wish.
Reverse 99 should make a bad and unappealing 6-star, so I don't want to pull for every single one that's 6. They already did. They already did. Guys, I gotta go. It's 4 a.m. Didn't even realize that. Have a nice day, everyone. Alright, Arx, you have a good one. 6 is very unappealing. But if you're talking about, like, a bad character, like, kit-wise, then, like, nah, like, every single one of them have been amazing. I love 6. But, like, if we're talking design, like, let's be real, his design is, like, the worst of all of them.
Check. It's a tough one, boss.
Come back to me.
Thy ending is destined.
6 to 60. Come on, guys. Like, let's be real, guys. Come on. Do I need to do the 6 slander again? Do I need to slander 6 again? I really don't want to do it. Because I could pull up the video and slander 6 again. I don't want to. Because in his PV, he has characters that, like, look, like, just visually more appealing than him. And we're just talking the way the character looks, not kit-wise, by the way. I don't want someone being like, but Lucky is kit, like, he has, like, the best kit in the game. Like, no, we're not talking that. We're just talking design-wise. Well, design-wise, Pickles is just a dog? Okay, come on. People literally love dogs more than, like, other people. You know? You mean background character number 1? People literally love Flannerum? Alright, hold on. Let me get my headset.
Lend you my ear.
It's a tough one, boss.
We need some peaceful moments.
Okay. This is Styx's PV. This is a PV that is supposed to highlight a character.
Six. The sole number of every Apeiron leader. Stands for perfection and harmony.
Kind of dull voice,
As a study
right?
of geometry and the form of form.
But he's saying cool stuff.
But is this really the truth?
But voice is kind of dull.
Another, suspicion started to grow within me.
But he's an intellectual. Automatic character that people are like, yo, I don't even care who 6 is. Who's this redhead chick and why isn't she in the game? Like, automatically, we're like, we're not even a full 30 seconds in, and people are like, yo, who's she? Who is she? This is who I want. I don't want 6. I want her. So, there you go,
If we keep
right?
pursuing wisdom?
Perhaps not.
Pardon?
Wisdom only shelters one from ignorance, not from pain.
And most of his PV's been sitting around. Again, redhead character, 37. They're like, yo, these characters have like actually really great color in their hair. Why am I looking at 6? Wait, hold on. Let's
Pursuing
see where it is
perfection
again.
only allows one scale to stay in balance, not go beyond it. Maybe I'm
Okay. In this, they focus on 6 because they don't want you to pay attention to what's going on in the background. 37, like, shines a lot brightly. And then you have this Adonis of a man back here, like, who's more interesting than 6. But they're like, we gotta focus on 6 because we don't want people to notice, like, there's, like, better looking characters, like, in the background.
not the perfect leader.
We're not talking age, just look. Okay, and then here goes this one. Even in this right here, all of these characters look better, and 6 looks so awkward. It's like, hey guys. Like, hey guys. You're leaving me behind. But he's like the leader. But bro, this dude looks like the leader, and 6 just looks like his scribe. 6 looks like the scribe to this guy, but he's actually the leader. He already, like, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? 6 is in the background. He's such an NPC. Right here. He's such an NPC. Like, just, come on. This one was, like, worse. Because literally these 2 characters right here have, like, so much color in their kits. Like, and then this guy is just, like, super muscular. And he's the actual, like, like, NPC character. But, like, come on. I'm not saying I want a shirtless 6. I'm just saying, like, I also have a worse way to compare the character, like, because he's the second male character on the banner. So that's also a thing.
I will fulfill my duty as 6.
But yeah, that's 6, right? So we saw that PV. If we're comparing male characters, and I gave you a decision, Shemaine or 6. Like, come on. Come on.
It was an
You hear that? Already a different vibe. It was an early
spring day like this one. I found him at my door.
No, Father.
Shemane's beep bad or
At first, he was reticent as the mountain rocks, silently begging for strength.
Come on, bro. This is the Giga Chat.
Not answer to an unready soul.
Look what you have done, Bushia.
Doesn't matter that it's not his voice, it's just the vibe. It's the vibe of the... I know it's not his voice, but it's the vibe of the PV.
He would have fallen into the abyss.
It's the vibe the PV's giving.
There was blood and tears. He would understand the weight of nature.
Like, Shemaine is so cool, he doesn't even have to talk. He has a narrator, like, speaking because he's so epic. Dude just killed a whole bear. Like, come on, bro!
And regain his footing on the solid earth. That was the moment.
And then, like, come on. Oh my god, so redeem is sad. Come on, design-wise, like, come on. This dude versus 6, like, anyways.
When he became my student.
Like, come on. So, if you're gonna tell somebody, like, if you're gonna put 2 male characters on a banner, like, that are, like, you know, a patch away from each other, like, you know, you got Shemaine with the drip, who, like, honestly also, like, changes his entire look, right? Or you got 6. Come on. Like, I'll put them side by side to make it more fair. That way people can properly judge. It's Insight 1, right? Insight 2. Like, you know, if you're gonna force people to summon a male character, where they're already like, ew, male characters. Like, you at least gotta, like, come on, the Giga Chad male. Like, I love 6. Don't get me wrong. I have 6, and I love 6's kit and everything like that. But just design wise, like, come on. This is why people will absolutely skip 6, because they're like, the character looks boring. And for gacha, there are a lot of people who will go for a character because of their design versus for what they do. You gotta remember, like, there's still the casuals. So, people will absolutely go for design over kit. Even though they're both great characters. That's the thing. Either decision you make, they're both great characters. So. But you know. I thought would want Shemaine every yeah. You're gonna get as many portraits as possible as Shemaine so you can use them forever. But that is definitely something you can do.
Dance till the dawn.
Breathe. Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, it's looking like Lucy and Enigma though are gonna be are just gonna be story characters, unfortunately. Trying to convince waifu players to pull a male character is already hard. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, let's be real. Most people are like, okay, well, first off, they're both males, so none of this matters. I'm not pulling a male character. I'll be skipping both, yeah. Invincible. Was a waifu player, so I saw Shemaine. I'm reformed now. Yeah, they're just stories. I have no idea what 1.6 characters is gonna be. Some people think Ezra's a girl. Some people still think Ezra's a girl. If a literal dog wasn't enough to make me pull, nothing will. This is true. This is true. People love their pets. People do love their pets.
Easy. This shall be my only act. Let the show, I shall take thy word. Ha! Thy ending is destined.
I'm not into guys, but yo, Six, can I holla? Oh my god. Yeah, there's probably people who fell for the trap. Alright, so stage 6 I just have to 3-star with proper still need a cat. This is true. Still not a cat. So for stage 6 I just gotta properly invest my people. But see, the cat character is like really easy. Yeah, 6 is a good character if you don't want to pull for more buffers. If you're kind of wanting to limit, you know, all of that. I need to get the apples. Since I spent it on Druvis, I need to get apples. What am I trying to do here? Y'all are wild. Okay, so I gotta farm these parrots a bunch. Dumb little parrots. Jesus, we're already on 5 hours today. Didn't even feel like it. I think this stage is 2-6. It's the better stage for it. 4-3-9. 2-6. Yeah, these dumb birds, bro. Big turnoff for Pickles, he doesn't run around in the wilderness. Yeah, in a way you could say that's a miss. You could say that's a miss in a big way. Like, he doesn't actually like, just run around and be a dog. He's actually a very calm dog. Maybe because, like, he's a little too aware. He doesn't act like a dog.
That's what you've got.
I only have 4, and I need a total of like 12. Gotta keep farming it. He doesn't act like a dog around other dogs. Yeah. He's just different. It's not a bad thing, he's just different.
Get ready to step onto the stage.
Still have like plenty of time to farm for Jessica. So, some of you weren't here earlier before. I don't know if you knew. I talked to the other person. Yo, a panda one would be sick. I've made a decision, and I'm blaming Kakigacha and I Am Rivenous. They changed my mind, but after really looking at Jessica, I am no longer going for portraits on her. Her portraits are pretty bad. Like when I like kind of just woke up. Okay, so look at it this way. It's not that I can't afford it. I've been saving for it since the game launched. It's the fact that like it feels she's the one character where it feels like it's wasted. No, I don't need any. It's not a fact of need or money or anything like that. It's a fact of like let's look at like the characters. And Ezra also kind of influenced this as well. But like let's look at the characters. 6-star. I explained it earlier with like the whole like portrait power creep. Like so P5 Jessica is P5 Jessica is 6 characters. Right? Essentially that's 6 characters. If I were a person like who like was unable to get other characters after this, every single one of the characters coming after Jessica are amazing. And in a way, like better in their content sometimes than her. Right? Like 37-6, Black Dwarf, Shemaine, and Spathadia are the next 5 characters that come up. And like with Jessica, like if I were to like be like, do I want to get the rest of these 5 characters or get all of like Jessica? It'd be the most L move like ever, right? Also with like Jessica's like portraits, like let's really talk about it, right? With the map that's like really been done on this, like she doesn't really get a actual like big like power increase as well, just because like it improves like the skills and stuff like that, but like at most like the damage increase you get is like I think between like 11 and 15% damage increase overall, because like they're judging this character off of like her working alone. They're not putting into consideration Sotheby, right? Because you can't build a character like a DPS character like necessarily and be like unless it's a pairing character, like they know there's pairings in the game and they make other characters that work with them, but like they can't make Jessica be like you know solely working with Sotheby in order to make this kit. So like that's why they have where like she can kind of extend her poison to kind of help herself out. But obviously Sotheby can help her maximize the damage in her kit, right? So with me having Sotheby, like I can already maximize his damage to where the P2 is kind of useless to me. Not even kind of. The P2 is absolutely useless to me with me having Sotheby. Just is what it is. And also, like, with me maximizing all this damage, there isn't a lot of, like, just being honest, there isn't a lot of, like, plant content that is out there. The Limbo is not even for plant. when I built up the Petrify team, like I really enjoyed the Petrify team. And so like I was really like looking at it like, wow, this Petrify team is like actually pretty solid. Whereas the Poison team is just like a straight DPS version of that. So like I kind of like just lost my like over love for like the Poison, because like they need to release a character who works with the Poison team a lot better, like for support to really bring the Poison team, because like Poison team performs really well, but like it also has not changed, and like the just portraits just don't matter. Even with the damage calculates or whatever, what I'm saying is that like I'm not talking about like I Am Rivenous. What I'm saying is that like from between Kaki Gotcha, I Am Rivenous, and everybody like I've seen with Jessica, even playing with the P4 Jessica, like if you have Sotheby, then she's like perfectly fine at P0. If like you're trying to maximize her damage. You don't like if you have Sotheby, you don't need this P2. That's what I'm saying. And then like if I were to like if someone were to ask me like, oh, would you P5 like Jessica or somebody else? Like, bro, don't P5 Jessica. She doesn't even get insane with like portraits. She doesn't get insane. Yup. Yeah, and it's because like also Plant has a lot of great characters too. Plant just has sick characters. I won't lie. Like Bjorn Bloom, Anan Lee, Satsuki, Druvis, they're all really great characters. Well, no. This is my personal thing. I'm not. This isn't advice for other people. Well, I guess this would be advice for like spenders. This isn't like convincing someone to not get Jessica or not, because again, Jessica does insane in her team. She's a very insane character in her team. Her scalings with poison is crazy. Like just ult aside, all of her incantations and stuff do so much damage with poison. That's not what I'm talking about. But what I'm saying is she can do all of that at P0. She doesn't need portraits. She's so good at P0 once you get the poisons and stuff up. She's amazing. Like, and the thing is that like, yes, you could probably make do with, but like Bjorn Bloom can work with Jessica. So Bjorn Bloom becomes your sub DPS where you're still like building up your stuff for Jessica. That's why like having Sotheby, Bjorn Bloom, and Jessica is a really good team, because like where if you need single target, then Bjorn Bloom can take over and Jessica can nuke the other like units and stuff without even having to worry. Like you don't even have to worry about crit. This can be all just a straight up attack percent like build. But that's like personally like where I'm at. Like I already have this, and this is such a great team. And then if I were to add in a like fourth member to the team, it could just be like, you know, Anan Lee, right? It's already such a great team. That logic, you don't need portraits of any future units? Well, no, not really. Or you've never needed. We talked about this on the podcast. The podcast was really great because I made 2 separate videos. And like they had me speak about the portraits. Every single character here at P0 is already really strong. Like the game is balanced around around portrait 0 for all these characters. If they balanced the game around portraits for characters, it would be a terrible game, right? Like every single one of these characters do more. What's really great though about talking about portraits for characters is because every single one of these characters you can possibly eventually get portraits for while still pulling for a new character because they all get added to the standard banner. Like, or they'll have like, you know, reruns or something like that. So if there's a character that you do want, the first time they come around, you don't have to get like all the you don't have to worry about portraits. Anyways, if you're playing the game for the long run, you'll eventually get a portrait on these characters. Like on my CN account, I pulled a Melania. So that means I can lose a 50-50 and probably pull another Melania sometime, or I could pull a Tooth Fairy or something like that. Because that's just any concerns about standard pull being saturated? Well, it's either that or they don't, or they keep the same standard characters. I'd rather them be added than just have the same standard characters. Because there's an obvious difference between these new characters and standard characters. Yeah, and there's also gold records too. Yeah, we've been streaming for a long time today. But like, think about it like this way. For my CN account, right? I pulled on my C account, the way that the standard banner is, I pulled Melania and Sotheby, and Anna and Lee twice, and New Babel twice. And Med Pocket. That was all standard banner characters. The only one that I went for was Tooth Fairy because I didn't want to worry about standard banner and I just wanted her. Even though, like, literally I summoned for her and haven't used her, so I kind of regret pulling her. But that's a different story. Like, it's cool I have her, but I kind of regret it. But, especially because I could lose a 50-50. And I'll be super mad if I pull her, like, soon. But like all of those characters being on the standard, like I don't really like mind. Because then like you have to think about it too for like players who come eventually, like if there's a new CN player, bro, imagine joining joining like where CN is, like 1.5, and having all of these characters in the standard banner to where it's like your reroll possibilities or just starting out in the game would be crazy. There would be so many good characters to where like it would be difficult because it's like, oh snap, like you could get a Tooth Fairy, you can get an Anna Lee, you could get a Milana, you could get a Jessica, you could get a Pickles, you could get a Satir, like, you know, like there's just different characters you could get to where like I'm not handing over the DK skin. There's just so many characters you can get. And then, like, on the banner, you have Spathia. Bro, like, if a new character started right now, honestly, I'm pretty sure, like, this would be the craziest start. But, it would be wild, right? It would be wild to, like, to this have been, like, the global, like, start. Like, exactly. They get banner reruns. Yeah. You would rather have the small chance than a 0% chance. Yeah. Because, like, our, yeah, because in 1.5, you can get A-Knight, Anna Lee, Centurion, Druvis, Eternity, Jessica, Lilia, Med Pocket, Melania, New Babel, Pickles, Regulus, Sotheby, Tooth Fairy, and Voyager. And then and then in 1.6, Black Dwarf and Shemaine are added to the standard banner. True, but then like the content would be really hard to combat that So you wouldn't want like Centurion anymore in like the next month? But like, what do you mean? Centurion's still used. Centurion's absolutely still used. And starting your account with a Centurion would as a character, she's not crit, meaning you can just build her up and not have to worry about building a team. Like Centurion still has like a ridiculous amount of flexibility to where you don't need specific units. So if you still re-rolled in like, so if you start a new account and you still got Centurion, it still would be good. Because like, I mean, Spathia like needs to crit. Because like Spathia is not perfect. I think if I were a casual player or whatever, Centurion is like a very simple character. Spathia like still has like you know some setup and stuff like that going on, and then you would kind of want to pull like you know you would kind of want to pull Ulu for her. You don't need to pull anybody for Centurion. You know, she'd still be and that's why the standard characters are. That's why characters like Eternity, Centurion, well, no, I'm not even gonna name them. Like that's why a lot of these characters are still great because like they're still very universal. Yeah, people are used to power creep. Like Centurion is still great. Well, Whack, you're not the only person who thinks. I don't think they're necessarily attacking you. You're just not the only person who thinks that Centurion is a wasted character now. You're not the only person because a lot of people think that Spathia makes Centurion useless. You're not the only person. That's why. Yeah, it's not directed at you. It's just like I've been asked so many times, is Centurion a wasted character now that Spathia is out? Yeah, I think there's just alternatives because think about it this way. Think about it in this term. You have Centurion who can work with you could have Centurion who can work with pretty much anybody, but for some people, Spathia isn't really Spathia isn't really the character that everybody like wants. Because like if this 15 stacks to burn, right? Like you're like, okay, so if I can't get this, then I can't maximize the character. I think the burn turns off some people to Spathia. Like, well, then also for the fact that it's Centurion who's like a full waifu woman versus Spath who's like more of a child. But like, if you're summoning for this character, you're like, okay, so I have to get Ulu. Whereas like, I kind of have to maximize like my burn stacks to get this extra 40%, right? And then they're like, okay, I have to make sure I have my buff to get the crit rate to maximize critting with this. Because if you're not critting all the time with Spathia, then like, you know, it gets a little less. Yeah, and then you literally can't auto with Spath as well. Yep. Centurion is is straightforward to play. Spathia is not exactly the more like casual friendly character because like you have to like do a perfect rotation. You have to maximize her burn stacks. So you have to have a full understanding of her kit to get to 15 stacks to get that extra 40% crit damage. Whereas Centurion just you know do damage. It's like Diluc versus Klee. Unga Boonga versus animation canceling. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, Whack, yeah. I haven't seen you in my streams as of late. This might be your first day. But I was absolutely telling people, if you already have a Centurion, there's no reason to pull for Spathadia. There's absolutely no reason to pull for Spathadia if you already have your Centurion built up. Yes, you'll see people hitting harder with Spathadia, but Centurion can do the exact same thing. BD gets planets. BD gets planets with both skills. They just give different planets. So funny enough, Black Dwarf is also the same type of character, just like how we're comparing Centurion to Spathadia. Eternity to Black Dwarf is kind of the same way. So when you're using Black Dwarf, you have to like rotate your planets the right way to see what type of follow-up attack you want to do. So are you going to rotate having your single target skill to maximize your penetration stacks to ult and then do the follow-up attack with Enchanted Strike? Or are you going to like use the leech rate stacks to maximize that to do the max attack to give yourself a little bit of healing and try to maximize the planets that you want? Because you also want to get at least 3 stacks of this planet so you can get a level 3 skill when you ult, and then you want to maximize the skill power that you get in the full moon to maximize this. And again, it's all about maximizing your characters. Like some of these characters that are coming out are really good, but like also for some casuals, like they're not exactly like auto-friendly like characters to maximize them. Whereas like Eternity, you can just auto on her, right? And she can beat most content. Just do abilities and ult, and that's like what she is. Black Dwarf is a little bit like, you know, a little bit more of micromanaging. I don't know about even like being Centurion being straightforward. Well, what I'm saying is that with Centurion, all I'm saying is that Centurion is an easier character. That's all I was saying. But that's not a knock to her. That's actually a benefit. If a character is easier to execute, the payoff should be actually proportionally lower than characters that are more complex. That's not always true because like Genshin has characters that Genshin has a mix of characters that are like very easy to understand and they still do Unga Bunga damage versus characters who are complex and like, you know, still do that too. It just depends. I'm just saying for the most part for like, yeah, like for Centurion, it's like, you just, you know, you just ult or you just use a single target. And you just gain Moxie with her. Yeah. With Spathadia, you have to like maximize like stacks of burn. And like with that, you have to understand like how many stacks are gonna like fall. Like you now have to worry about your skills. And then everyone says hi. Then you have to maximize how many stacks of burn you can apply before half of them fall off and get enough stacks to maximize your ult. But it's just a little bit more micromanagey because you have like the extra burn stacks. Whereas like, you know, Centurion, you can have your complexities with her, but like having to maximize a character with stacks, which 15 stacks is a lot, even though she can give a burst amount. It's just a lot, you know? Can I talk about best teams for raid bosses or make a vid about it? I'll probably make a video when like raids come closer because like I'm not exactly sure. Because like it's like, I mean, it depends on like element and stuff like that. It's like the first raid is gonna be like, so it's gonna be 1.4, right? And like the first boss is gonna be star focused and it's gonna be an AoE fight. So like obviously like, you know, your Tooth Fairy is gonna be there. If you pull for 37, you're gonna use her. And then like Lilia or Regulus is gonna be a character that you'll have on that team. And then you'll probably be using like, you know, some sort of buffer here. Like, you know, and in terms of star, like if you're that's like with matching the element to maximize damage. Because then, like, if I start talking, like, then there's, like, infinite possibilities other than showing, like, literally, because other than showing, like, oh, banner character, that's the best team. Then it's like, okay, well, if you don't have banner character, then you can do it with, like, these characters here that are also star, and then you'd have to work your way down. Like, there'd just be a lot of work where it's just like, you know, use this, and if you don't have this, put in what you have, like, based off of there. The rewards kind of suck. Remember, it's the well, I gotta use my stam. Like past S, remember, it's not like they're not crazy. Past A, honestly, it's like blue. It's blue rewards, and then like 3 days of Psychube farming. That's really what it is. Like, so I don't know. Because like also like I brought up this point on raids. I brought up this point on the podcast. Man, the episode 2 of the podcast is really good. Is it really worth it to pull for a character to help guarantee you triple S if these are your rewards? Like, is it really worth to stress out like trying to get that banner character instead of just using what you got? Like, and this is speaking to free to plays. This is not speaking to collectors. But this isn't worth pulling for a whole new character. The day one team? Well, like, on this boss, with using Centurion on the single target skill, it was kind of possible. Well, he has, I can't use his account actually because he has like high portraits on everything. Do you think free to play should kind of aim for S? No, aim for A. S doesn't even matter. Like, unless you're trying to get the achievement, which achievements don't even matter. Sorry to say, you don't get anything from achievements other than putting it on your profile. But if you want it, yes, a free to play can a free to play can absolutely get the S. Doesn't matter. Oh, Vaughn, no. The raids are in no way as important as they are in Blue Archive. They're like they are such opposite thing. Like Blue Archive in terms of like their raids is a complete opposite like feel than it is in R99. Yeah, if you're free to play and you stick long enough, you'll get every character that you want. But on a day one team, right? Like for this, if you're not using like Spathadia, like let's say you don't get banner character, then you could still use Melania, or you could still use I don't even have Centurion. But you can use Melania. Even though the boss has like a little bit of extra, like, you know, double S versus A+, like it's still probably worth it to just use your Melania and just like brute force your way through it. But yeah, you could do like, you know, Melania here if you wanted, or Centurion, right? So if you had Centurion, you can do that. And then if you end up having Centurion, then you put like Bjorn Bloom here, and then you will probably put your some of you will probably put your Tooth Fairy, even though like, you know, Tooth Fairy can kind of get smacked because it's like an element thing. And then for like your last character, it's, you know, whoever you want to use. By that time, like, you know, if you have your Shemaine, you can do it, or just whatever extra character that you want. But yeah, it's still possible to get done. Gotta maximize. How much of everything do I have? I have 316,000. I need a little bit more of that. Stop flexing the skin. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. I have it there. I have it there that way people could see it, man. I gotta you know, I gotta show off the skin. Well, again, Whack, the rewards are for casuals and for min-maxers. So if you're a person who wants to be the best, you're gonna triple S and screenshot your score, which, like, you know, I'm gonna have a category for like raid results where people are gonna show off their raid numbers, right? Just to show off. But if you're also a person who's like, bro, I just want like, you know, to get the rewards and call it a day without stressing out, like, then having A is there. It like benefits both people, and it's infinite, so you can keep trying without spending your stam. I will send everybody who sends a triple as a cookie. Yeah, because it really doesn't like do anything, like, at the end of the day. It's just there to show off. RD9 fortunately doesn't make it feel like you need dupes. Nah, you don't need dupes. You don't need dupes. Even for 37. And like, if people still aren't convinced on 37, like, then there's Ezra. Like, who's gonna help give out Eureka stacks. If they're like, oh, you need portraits on like 37. Well, they introduced a character, a support who can give Eureka stacks to other characters. People gotta flex their triple S with no leaderboard. Exactly, bro. So you have to screenshot it into the official Discord, Pridwin Discord, like, you know, content creators Discord. You got to. It's like how I don't like content creators in Arcanists. I do risk 18 and dip out. Some people go for risk 30, which takes 4 hours. Just, oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, like, portraits are like for a character that you really like. Other than that, like, you don't have to worry about it. Yep, an optional flex, not a required one. If you get triple S, you have to caption it if you're free to play, by the way, or it doesn't count. This is true. Because the thing is that there are free to plays who can triple S, by the way. You just have to be prepared. Like, I think knowing the bosses and stuff like that, for a lot of you in global as free to plays, you'll be able to do it. You just have to know the mechanic, and it'll probably take you a couple of retries to like see what the boss does damage wise. You'll be fine, because, like, you know, like, you just be prepared. Okay. Oh, okay, I know what CC is now. It's the yeah, it's that like pretty challenging content. Like, is it the weekly one over there? I just want Shemaine's portraits because he can take on the role of me DPS. I feel you. Also a good choice. Shemaine's damage is mental. Plus he's 8. Is he? Where got? I haven't even looked at him. Shemaine's was a character that, like, I wasn't really like. Shemaine's a character like that he's like cool, like, kit wise, but I mean design wise, I never really looked into him. No, he's reality damage. Yeah, his damage is reality. He does mental damage to you because he's like such a Chad, but he's actually reality. It's every 2 months? Oh. Well, I didn't play much of Arcanists, unfortunately. How far away are we? So yeah, Wednesday. Oh my god. I'm one pull away from getting him. I didn't know I was at pity. I'm so glad I didn't do a nonchalant pull. Oh, no, because I'm rooting my 50-50. No, I'm not pulling. I'm guaranteed. If I would have done an accidental pull, I would have, like, I'm still chugging along trying to get a third copy of Tooth Fairy. You don't have to. It's okay. If I would have accidentally pulled, I would have ruined my guarantee and gotten another Spathadia. Never build pity. Never build pity, guys. Don't do it. You never know. Congrats on not falling on your gotcha addiction. Yeah, bro, because like I could have at any time just done a random pull and just ruined it and got inside the D, and I've been like, ah. I would have looked at that and been so upset. Would you recommend BD Inspire the Day even though I already have Centurion and Eternity? They are not characters that you really have to worry about. Right? Like, I'm just gonna run these. It's like I can just do them on auto. So y'all can see some random stuff. Because like you already have that element. So like you could just like focus more on like the supports and stuff versus worrying about the DPS. Because like you could just save up. I'd honestly just rather just save up for like just from like and just look at some of the like crazy supports versus trying to get a DPS and an element you already own. I gotcha. Dig is out one. I assumed I'll get 60 more by the end of Shemaine. Hopefully fully get P2 Shemaine and Temporals. Yep. Account ruined video coming up. No, I can't. Yo, I 3'd my Babel, by the way, guys. I did a little bit of farming and I 3'd her. I still didn't build up her Resonate all the way, but she is I3. I just went ahead and did it. Yeah. Cause like the characters that they're launching, Anthony, the characters that they're launching now, they're all like their kits and stuff are really cool. To where like if you already have that element, I'd say just wait. Because there could be a new character who could be probably cooler than Black Dwarf, or like, you know, even though Spathadia is like really insane. But like, you know, if you save, you can probably do it. Because like if you already have Centurion, why not pull for Shemaine, who is a crazy support, right? If you can afford it. Like Shemaine's a crazy support, you know, that you could use with your Centurion and still do really well in your content. Well, yeah, if you have a Sotheby at I3, you kind of have a really big reason to go for Jessica instead of going for those portraits. Yeah, Anthony, you know what I'm saying? Like, going for those portraits on Tooth Fairy, a Jessica would be pretty huge. Yep, Shemaine and 6 would be pretty great. They're really good. You can do Shemaine, 6, skip Spathadia, and then try for Ezra. Ezra's going to be crazy. We'll find out more on the kit, like, soon. $37 is before 6. Yes. 37 is at the start of 1.4. Unless they pull a weird switcheroo. That is what it is. Jesus, look at that 37 follow-up damage, bro. Look at that, man. This is P337, by the way, guys. So it's not P0. I do want to preface that. That Lilia skin? Oh, yeah, that Lilia skin is nice. You can at least hit pity on 6th 2050 is another story. Yeah. It's like, if you go for 6 and you lose the pity, then it's like, you can get, you can try to get Spathity or Ezra if you can't get 6, There's also that, too. Like, it's not like the next upcoming characters are bad. Honestly, like after... Yeah, Ezra's really tempting. You know what I'm saying? Like, with that kid, we gotta see what else the character can do. But yeah, it's looking really good. Very exciting. Ooh. You talking Ezra with Shemaine? For that Moxie gain? To bring the pain? I was gonna keep going, but I had to think too hard. Yeah. I gotta see what those portraits are like. Because like the way the character works, like I'm assuming like P2 is gonna be doing something with the stacks of like P2 is probably gonna do something with the Eureka stacks, which will be interesting. Which yes, I will I will for sure take the funds from Jessica to put a little into Ezra, because like with the CN characters, I do kind of want to get their portraits because they're brand new and nobody knows about them. I think as a business-wise, as a content creator, if I were gonna get a portrait, I'd rather get a portrait on a CN character than get a portrait on a global character. As portraits, for every portrait you own, clear jobs plus 60 after battle. Yo, I wish. But yeah, I'd rather like get a couple portraits for a character no one's seen before. Business expense, tax deductions. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, because on global, I haven't really gone for portraits like that. They don't really matter. Only Sotheby? Yeah, pretty much. Sotheby's like only my like max characters are like Sotheby gets all the love right now. Yeah, I'm really. Ooh, look at that. If I wouldn't have autoed this, I would have done. Could I be better? Yo, look at that, bro. Babel taking the kill. This auto team's not the worst. It's not the best. Wait. I gotta see what my Limbo was. Average gacha gamer might think Sotheby's your waifu, and this is true. Oh my god, that's right. It's a repeat. Oh, I forgot. This was the hardest stage for me because I don't have plant. I remember this stage. And the stage recommends me having I3 characters. And I have to put into a resonate, but I can't do that because I have to put all of this into Ezra. I still have to farm all of that stuff. It's so hard when you're like getting all the characters that come out when it comes to farming. Let me see. What if I just did? Well, no. Who would be my healer? Med Pocket needs to heal me next. Oh, I need to build up my healers, man. Crit Pocket. Should I just use 6? These 3 with having... Who would I have in the background? 37? Yeah. It's really her bodyguard. Alright, so let's try this. Let's merge this over. What are the... What do I need to do? After our side uses ordinary buff skills, we'll gain an additional passion. Ooh, extra crit damage if we use debuffs. Okay. So, we're gonna buff. We're gonna debuff. Did my headphones die again? Or is that the volume turned off?
I hear something.
Sterilized.
Whose heart is beating so loud? Don't be so furious.
Get out of here.
Agents have guns. It's called common sense.
Yeah. I need to fix her res. These other characters are kind of fine.
I hear something.
The moment of silence. The moment of utterance.
Oh?
Learn from silence until the torch is lit. The moment of silence.
Wear gloves.
Alright, let's see what you can do, Become Bloom.
Learn from silence.
Secrets always hide in careless words. Listen carefully.
It's not bad. 21k for a res 5. That's not bad. Okay. 21k on res 5.
Sterilize.
A moment of utterance.
Wear gloves. Sterilize.
I hear something.
Oh, hi.
Look at that crit.
Dumbass.
Radio waves are everywhere.
Alright, we're about to do 2 attacks. Let's hit the debuff.
Moment of silence.
Debuff again. Wait. Let's do the debuff.
Utterance.
And then done.
I'm ready.
And then
Time for tongues
pulse.
to speak of truth.
Go. 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 Puppy.
Yo, crit pocket!
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored. The moment of silence.
Ooh, we're about to take a lot of damage.
Sterilize.
Need to heal to just get the sturdiness buff.
Torch is lit.
I'll take a lot of damage.
Freaking dumbass.
He might kill the Huron Bloom. No, he actually didn't. He took a lot of Genesis damage too.
Wear gloves. Sterilize.
The moment of utterance.
Wear gloves.
I hear something.
Until the torch is
Alright, Goldsmith, you have a good one.
Freaking dumbass.
I3 Sonetta if you have no plans to pull on 6-star mineral. Yeah, I'd probably do that, but his Sonetto still does like some decent like damage.
What? I can't make the call? Whose heart is beating so loud?
the moment of silence.
Sterilize.
Don't be so furious.
Learn from silence.
Okay. So the tank some damage here. It's fine. Ooh, that's not fine. And they killed her.
Who ate beans?
Wear gloves.
The moment of utterance.
I gotta take this one out.
Time for tongues to speak of truth. Benefit from reading. The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be.
You have Eternity, but you don't like how she plays. I mean, I think you can still do very well, especially with the right investment. Because I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Is, you know, being able to complete the content.
Freaking dumbass.
Oh, it's a bubble.
The moment of utterance.
I'm ready.
Been running Eternity. I'm I2 level 50 on a lot. Not too many, not a bunch of I3s, you know. Okay, I think we beat it because of the Return Boom. Like,
Wear gloves.
It could be something in that.
I think we made the right move.
Hi.
Oh, it's a bubble. Are you a rational member?
Say a half health. And he's gonna separate. Alright, so we didn't get the max stars, but like at this point I don't even care. Honestly.
The final demonstration. It could be found.
And just a random attack. Whatever.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
Yeah, 1 mil dust if Matt saved up until you need something. Jesus, bro. So you're just looking for, honestly, like some of these like universal. So you're probably looking for more universal characters, like 6. Maybe if they release another like spirit character or something like that. I mean, because like if you feel like you're fine, then that's really all you need.
Benefit from reading.
Because if you're looking at like where 5 stars can complete content and stuff like that, you're just like, bro, I'm just gonna chill on what I got. Especially since there's no like must pulls out there either. Is it this scene that's hers? No. What scene did I make Spiley do? I gotta remake her team.
Competition.
And the idea. Can you do everything besides Limbo 6, which I'm not stressing over? Yeah, like if you can't beat Limbo 6, you're missing 100 gems, right? Like that's not the biggest deal. Balloon party.
Get to know
Each other. Who would my extra person be?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. A bit crowded here.
Wait, her? I'm not really wanting it to be her, but BD? Maybe. I don't really have anybody else. I got so many characters to work on, bro.
a fair game.
Let's go for the statue.
That's right. Go. Ready?
Global Limbo 6 is stupid? Yeah, I feel you. I gotta dump a bunch of stuff on a character for half a pool. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. Oh, the next Spirit 6-star buffs A-Knight. Well, I hope they're just like another DPS option. Like, personally. Not necessarily like have to buff him, because like I think he's still a great character. But I would like another option. Alright, get that shield out of here, boy. Okay. Alright, relax. Relax, relax, relax.
Ready? Go! A blade! Yeah!
Give me a hand, friend.
There we go.
I can't do this alone.
Alright, you're gonna ult me. It's gonna hurt. You're gonna get all. You're gonna take 2k. Okay.
Playtime, boys and girls.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Down. Pause.
Come on, this is the one!
Run. Start running. Save sorrows.
Cheer and witness my victory!
Alright, I'm gonna play this a whole different way.
Get moving!
Ooh, a double buff? That's amazing.
Go! Ready? Very well. The wheel of fate!
What's good, Zero?
Everyone. Hold on to that.
I was wondering why I couldn't clear Limbo in 12 turns and my dumb self forgot I could bring up 4th. Hey, bro. It happens to the best of us, but what's good, bro? Alright, I think I got this. Alright, so we're gonna buff up here. Heal. Alright, we did 20k. Oh, didn't do a lot. He's still gonna ult us.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Playtime, boys and girls.
Jesus, bro. About to get ulted again. And he's taunting, so I can't do anything about it.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Dude. Okay, well there goes Malone Party. Oh my god. Next attack. Come on.
You will pay for this.
Okay. Man. I did this wrong. If I had an AoE, I could have stunned him. Ugh.
You will pay for this.
A fair game. That's right. Go. Ready, go. Very well. The wheel of fate.
Everyone.
Okay, we got the debuffs. Let's bring in some healing and then hit this right here. Shemaine's the hardest character in the game, hands down. Bro, Shemaine is amazing. Yeah, like, he's amazing. Okay. Somebody's gonna die here, but And I know who it is gonna be. I have to...
So much for warm-ups.
to account for that. Alright, Ulu, we'll get your little damage buff. That way we can go in. We're gonna get ulted.
Friends, I can't do this alone.
Okay. It's a little too much damage.
Time, boys and girls.
A little too much damage.
Come on, this is the one punch. Time to go all out. Cheer and witness my victory.
Alright, did 36k. Oh, okay. Well, it's dead now. I did not expect that. I did not expect to kill it, but it's whatever. Did not expect that. Huh. All right, now he's sitting there. Alright, stunned again. Oh, get the heal. Yeah, let's kill this mofo. Get this guy out of here. Yeah, it would be funny. Seems like you need to spell debuff character gimmick to make it easier. Nah, not really.
It's time to say goodbye.
Well, I mean, if I didn't have a Sylvie, I mean a Spathadia, probably. All right, so I messed up in the first stage. The first stage, I'll probably get Ezra. All right, stage 6. Is it the same bullshit? Oh my god, it's the same bull. This is like so many of my good characters to make it work, but like I have to do it. But it's so many of my good characters. Torpedia, 1.2. Second, Jessica, with Jessica. Sorry. I didn't mean to say 1.2, it's with Jessica.
The moment of utterance.
I hear something.
The moment of silence. Learn from silence.
Matilda has not been talked about from Blue Pocket like ever. I think they forgot about her.
Stay balanced. The moment of utterance.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Till the torch is lit.
Trying my best.
Alright, let's heal now.
Stay balanced.
Taking a lot of damage. Here, heal. Debuff.
I hear something.
Wear gloves.
The moment of silence.
Talking out calms people down.
I'm losing my patience.
We walk in long nights.
Yeah, the trash bag Matilda was kind of annoying. Like, yeah, Matilda hasn't gotten anything, bro. Alright, let's seal this guy.
The moment of utterance.
Sterilize.
Or honestly, just kill him.
Listen to what people say.
Hopefully.
Benefit from reading.
Oh, tie?
Secrets always hide in careless ones.
Oh my god.
Listen carefully.
24k. Okay. Res 5, I2 level 50, by the way.
I hear something.
Wear gloves.
For tomorrow. Don't be so serious.
When we have ult again.
Oh, tie?
Radio waves are everywhere.
Woo! The Kjorn Bloom.
Don't worry. Sorry. Please
Let's go. Alright, we need to heal you. Before you die, and we need to cleanse you. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, let's go ahead and give her Empower Incantation, because why not?
Sterilize.
And we're gonna go ahead and ult here.
listen to what people say.
We walk in long nights.
I'm losing my patience.
What if mental damage says fastback?
Always hide
Alright, kill.
in careless ones.
We didn't kill, but we prevented the ult. Ooh, a level 3 on this. So we got this, and we can go ahead and stun,
I'm ready.
and then hopefully take him out.
I hear something. Talking out calms people down.
Go! 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 Puppies!
Crit pocket!
Radio
Easy.
waves are everywhere.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Everywhere.
The moment of utterance.
Sterilize.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Benefit from reading.
And Crystalla doesn't have a deep, a damaging ult, so. She did.
It protects
At the little explosion, the white little explosion, she did crit. It might have been hard to see, but she did crit.
I hear something.
Maximize the value of dumbasses.
The moment of silence.
Talking out calms people down.
Freaking dumbass.
We walk in long nights.
Alright, Purify.
Sorry. Please leave the room.
We're taking a lot of damage here.
Whose heart
Debuff.
is beating so loud?
The moment of utterance.
No.
The moment of silence.
Wear
I hear
gloves.
something.
Learn from silence.
Talking out calms people down.
Freaking dumbass.
Oh my god!
Leave the room.
Sterilize.
We should listen to what people say.
Time for tongues. to
Alright,
speak.
let's see what we can do
Get out of here.
with all these debuffs.
Secrets always
Alright,
hide
please
in
crit.
careless ones.
Nope, no crit.
Listen carefully.
Alright, 6. Now you ult. More debuffs.
Scale of
Probably should have used your ult
tilt.
first.
The
But
balance
whatever.
needs to be restored.
17,000 is still fine.
Trying my best.
Alright, so we take her out next turn, hopefully. With
Wear gloves.
this,
I hear
this,
something.
this.
I'm ready. Oh, tie?
You got that dog in it?
Radio waves are everywhere.
Go! Go!
Nah, Med Pocket's pretty good. Alright, there we go.
Huh? It's already over?
Oh, that's wild how we were able to beat that stage with stars, but we couldn't beat the 5th one. 5. What's this fight? This is 6, right? We're fighting 6? Yeah. This fight was... Which team is it? There you go. This fight was a lot easier.
Playtime, boys and girls.
Oh, it's all 4? Oh. Well then... I forgot. Huh.
Go! Ready? Nice practice. That's right.
Time to get beat up by a background character.
The shower of sparks.
I know, right?
Like a lighter. That hurts, huh?
We walk in long nights.
It's the best way to go about this. So we buff up here, do the heal here, take the merge, and do the free skill so we don't lose it.
Walking trainer.
Seeing stars.
You won't be disappointed.
That's right. That's their idea.
Alright.
Yeah.
They're about to attack a bunch of times.
We are the master and maven of the place.
That hurts, huh?
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
The balance needs... Yeah, go ahead and ult Babel. Oh my god, he did so much damage to her. Slightly scary. He did so much damage to her.
Nice practice. Ready?
I'm gonna ult him because, like... I think that's how I beat this last time, is by just kind of dumpstering on him. And I didn't crit. I'm not even gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna start this over.
Playtime, boys and girls.
I was really annoying not critting right there. Just gonna focus on him. We fighting NPCs, bro. Favorite line for an ult?
Until the torch is lit. Benefit from reading.
Probably like,
You will pay for this.
I don't know. I like Black Dwarfs. I like 6s, 37s. They're all like really solid. It's really hard to decide between them.
Pause. Down.
Ready?
So you buff, then we get the extra moxie for buffing. We get the extra moxie thing. We buffed up. We merge that. Let's feed Homegirl. Alright, everybody has max moxie now. That needs max moxie.
The scale of your soul
Who are you gonna kill?
is tilted.
6.
The balance needs to
Who are
be
you gonna kill?
restored.
Oh, you still went for Babel.
We walk in long nights.
Nice. Ult?
For warm-ups.
Wait. Darn it. I gotta refresh. I didn't technically, actually. But I wanted to buff.
So much for warm-ups.
Because I didn't crit last time. Wait, though. Darn it. Okay. I want max burn. Okay.
So much for
I
warm-up.
do want max burn.
Nice passing. Come on.
Hold on, guys. I'm getting a phone call.
Feel it. Feel the beating of your heart. Huh, like the lighter. That hurts, huh? Cheer and witness my victory.
Learn from silence.
Did not crit. This guy is about to have 4 attacks here. And I can't kill him. But yeah, I can. Maybe.
So that's your idea. Time to go all
Maybe.
out. Hey!
Oh my god. Okay. Guys, I killed it. I think I killed it.
That's right! Come on, this is the one punch!
Pause. Down.
Can I take out 6?
Like the lighter!
Please?
Cheer and witness my victory!
Thank you. Yo, it's good press chucks. Alright, there you go, 6.
Run. Start running. So sorry.
Can I auto this? Probably.
You won't be disappointed. These glowing lights
Any hot take on an R99 character, anyone?
stir and weaving of the place.
Did anybody get hurt?
I'm pretty sure there's a few.
Break it. Break. I said hello.
See, how well is auto gonna do? Or is it gonna throw?
You will pay for this.
Auto's gonna throw.
You will pay for this.
Where's my gun? Ready? Where is it? The story begins with a battle dog. He did this first.
Auto's gonna throw so hard.
Anyone feeling cold? The shower of sparks. Oh yeah!
Especially with Spat the DA. Look at all that damage he just took, though. Dang it.
So much for warm-ups. Nice practicing. Hello, Pinata. Pause.
In 1x3, who do you think is better to pull for? Black Dwarf or Shemaine if I have Milani and Eternity? Shemaine. If you're gonna pull for, because like Shemaine's gonna benefit more people than what Black Dwarf will benefit. Like Shemaine benefits all your DPS, being that he's a support character. Black Dwarf only benefits you, like, you know, in the content that she's like really great for. Alright, so I can take this turn to take this unit out. Then I can buff again and take this unit out. That way I can still save this.
Anyone feeling cold?
Alright, and so next turn I can ult, and I still save it. Still have plenty enough time to save the, not the run, but the, battle. Yeah, no problem. No problem, bro. Oh, we did 51k. Nice. My balloon party resonate? Low. Very low. 232. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, disrespectfully low. Let's check here. I probably won't even work on it now that I have so many characters. Yeah, it's level 3. I probably won't get to her for a while. I still have like med pocket. Like, I just have other characters that can be leveled over her. Like, I have med pocket. Tooth Fairy down here. I got Anna and Lee, Melania down here. You know, still to be whenever I need her. I still gotta work on the reso for my 6. Like, I have so much res to work on. It's kind of ridiculous. I could still get one level on 37. I can get a level resonate on Lilia. Like, since I don't have any plants, I gotta get the resonate on my Becure and Bloom. Like, I got a lot, bro. I got characters that aren't even leveled, man. It's just hard out here. Free to play here. Gotta plan out, you feel me? Hey, bro. No, I understand, man. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Yes, planning is very essential. PZR37 is still better than Black Dwarf if I have Eternity? Well, like... By the time Black Dwarf comes out, you could see what's in 1.6 if you already have an Eternity. Because they might drop a mineral character then. I mean, not a mineral character, but they might drop like another character that you might like. Maybe a spirit or something. I'm just saying, if you have Eternity, Black Dwarf is not a must pull. I'm not saying it's a bad pull, but you already have that element, is all I'm saying. Still a good option of a character if you can afford it. Have everything. Like, P037 is still great, but, like, if you have a lot of star, then she's, like, not as great. Ezra definitely does help her out. Well, helps out a lot of people. But yeah. Like, pulling Ezra isn't necessarily only a support for 37, because Ezra, like, helps out characters who want crit damage because of the clarity, and then also can give Moxie as well. And is a shielder. So there's a lot that the character has in the kit. We just got to see the values, which we'll see, because I'm literally one pull away, like just one pull away from getting Ezra, and on Wednesday, we'll find out. Because some people might, because a lot of people were thinking that like 37, like 37's a sub DPS, and people were thinking like 37's a support. Like, so if you're trying to get a support, like Ezra is going to be the star support who can also crit Genesis damage. So in terms of like, if you were wanting a support character, Ezra's a great support character to get. I just need to see the values to see. No, it's guaranteed. I got Melania right here, Siberia. What if a boss inflicted burn on themselves? That'd be weird, but like then obviously burn team would have it. Yeah, that's where I got Melania on my account. It's right there. So, because I was being greedy and I was trying to see if I could get a P5 Spaladia, but the game gave me Melania, so I was like, all right, never mind. And instead of like continuing to wail to get the P5 Spaladia, it's like I might as well just guarantee Ezra. So I'm just gonna guarantee Ezra. So I'm literally one pull. So like Ezra, we're gonna see Ezra regardless. Like there's no possible way that Ezra doesn't come home, because like I've checked all the boxes, right? Like I lost a 50-50 and I'm one away on pity. The supports are interesting. Yeah, the supports are interesting. All these supports are more interesting. Yeah. Well, supports aren't necessarily as patch dependent as like DPSs, you know? Like supports are just good everywhere. That's what makes them like really good. But let's see. Let's do our lasting stuff. Stream did really well today. YouTube's been picking up. I gotta do a video though. It's been a really long time since I've done a video.
My duty lies with you.
Couple of days. So I gotta get one out.
Long nights. Learn from silence.
Get out of here. It's happening.
I'm also excited for Desert Flannel. To see how she works. Like just and build her up. I do want to build up Desert Flannel. I just got to I just gotta get those mats. So once I'm done with Ezra, then I'll start working on Flannel. Because I'll still have like 3 weeks until the next character releases. And I won't know next character for a very long time. Oh, did I ult him? Oh my god. Everything has cause and effect. I think a lot of people were like Black Dwarf, bro. I think a lot of people are gonna like Black Dwarf. She's really fun. See a full Flannel assault, dude. Bro, like I'm excited to get her.
The flames of injustice are yet to burn at the stake on rainy days.
Camera review still going on? Yeah, I just haven't done them. Yo, what's good, DG? You caught me at the end of the stream, but what's good, bro? What's poppin'? But like today was like kind of a big stream because we talked about a lot of characters. We talked about some meta stuff. Yeah, but I'm not gonna do it today. But probably yo, we just got 60. I can do it tomorrow because we don't have anything tomorrow. Ooh, message. Tomorrow is what? Nothing? I've beaten all the Limbos. Yeah, tomorrow's nothing. Been here for 5 hours. Got 130k points. Oh my god, yo, that's good. That's a simple question. If I needed to pull anything after I pulled Changeling with my box, yeah, I can look real quick. If you're wanting a beast, you can decide between Shemaine or Spathadia. But since you already have like an I3, P5, Becure Bloom for reality, and you already have a Pickles, like I'd say you could get Spathadia. Maybe Spathadia in 6. You even have a reason to get Ezra. I don't know. You're good on your mineral. You're gonna be good on your plant. You're good on your star. So like really the only element you're looking for is beast. But like since you're so good on these, like since you're so good, you could like you don't even really have to stress with the beast. And just do neutral Afflatus. Since you already have like 3 good elements. And you like, you know, you can go from there if you want. Like you already have 3 good elements and you could just like see if you lose a 50-50 or something like that. You also have a P2 A Knight unbuilt. No, you don't need beast. Yeah, just use A Knight. 1.4 he gets a boost. There you go. I would just pull for like you can honestly just pull for whoever you want after Jessica. Maybe look for the supports. Like, cause 37, I mean not 37. Ezra looks cool. 6 is looking cool. So yeah, bro, you're good. Yeah. There's no point in pulling on Beast if you can get a character that make up for that. Ezra 6, yeah. Those would be really good characters. But alright guys. I'm gonna call it. We've done everything. Tomorrow we'll probably do yeah, no problem, bro. Tomorrow we'll probably do just more talking. I'll just be farming because there's not much for me to do. Will most likely be a shorter stream too. Because there's not much. But you guys, I'll catch you later. See you tomorrow. I'll be streaming. Try to get a video out since the stream won't be as long. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. You lucky gamers. Have a good one. Lucky Luck's out.
There are numerous injustices in the world.